And this continues on. This just continues on with them resources. Here's that USPS. I think I went over with this with you with the previous chapter though. How to get
Yes, you did.
printing at Got Print. This one's a website where you can get a fully interactive website that can generate your own leads. People can search the MLS from your website and make inquiries directly to you. You don't have to worry about them going to your office and then having to sit on floor time or being given the lead by your broker. You generating your own leads here through your own website. Thus, you should have your own domain name as well. Um, so websitebox.com is a cheap one. You know, it's $99 one-time ever fee that actually ties into what we call IDX. That's that ties into the databases of the websites of the MLSs. So that's basically what it's doing. So the IDX website with IDX features is something that you always want to look for if you're looking for a website. Now, this one, by no means, it's not the best site that's out there, but these real estate websites can get extremely expensive. Sometimes they can be thousands of dollars in the setup fees alone, let alone the let alone the fee to host it and ongoing run it. This was a one-time $99 fee ever, and it has a lot of those advanced features in it. So it's a pretty good site for the money. Hey, what the hell, you know? Once you start making a lot of money, then you could splurge. So here's some other tools for you. Realty Juggler. It's like it helps with making flyers and sending out email campaigns and tracking your expenses, etc. Prospects Plus is another one for making flyers, postcards, all kinds of stuff. And they create the designs. All you got to do is change your company logo, your picture, and then you could edit them. And now they come out with regular new designs, and they're all professionally designed, and that's why it probably costs a lot more. What does it cost these days? I'm not sure. I bought it back when it was like $600. Um, the Red X, awesome tool for generating leads. It'll search the MLS for recently expired listings and cross-reference public records and tax records to make sure that you have the name and phone number of the current owner. It could even cross-reference it and cross do not call lists. It scans for sale by owner websites. It's got a lot of features. The Red X, that is definitely worth the money. Um, Here's just some places to advertise: homes.com, realtor.com. Here's a tool for you: NAR RPR, NARRPR.com. You should also, they also have a cell phone app, which I believe I went over with you guys once before. If I didn't, you basically open up their cell phone app. Uh, it's called Realtor RPR. Okay, that's what the cell phone app is called. It's RPR. Okay, you have to log into it once you become a realtor. And when you start the app, it'll tell you immediately. It detects uses your GPS to detect where you are and tells you where all the listings are. And if you're standing in front of a listing, it'll pull up the information of that property right away. You don't even have to search. But the purpose of this is you can do searches for property information. You tie in your MLS logins to it for all the MLSs that you may be a member of. You could do CMAs on this thing. It's a market research. It's a really good tool, and it's included in your realtor dues. So why not use it? You know. So NAR RPR. Okay. So this is included in your realtor dues. We should put that there. Okay. So it's just another realtor benefit program, basically. Here's a great graphics tool. Like, if you guys wanted to use like Photoshop or any of those things, first of all, it requires a lot of knowledge in order how to use those tools, and they're very expensive. Like to do layouts, your own layouts for business cards, postcards, flyers. You could try to get like use the free ones or ones that come with your uh, Apple, or maybe you have to buy additional ones with Apple or the Windows computers. You got Microsoft as publisher, but it's kind of junky. It's not really print Press Ready. Those are for making things really for printing on your own computer, on your own printer, or for posting online. But if you want a professional graphic tool, here's one, and it costs you $50. All right, they're a major competitor there for Adobe as far as all their features and stuff. You could actually own the software, whereas Adobe, you got to lease it. You know, you got to pay a monthly fee, subscriptions. This is a very powerful tool. They have something called Page Plus. Very powerful tool. Here's a realtor, another realtor contact manager and tracker of your expenses and stuff called Top Producer. Here's something called a QR generator, where you could put you guys ever see a QR codes? You can put them on your sign riders, or you can put them on your business cards, and then people put their camera over it if they've got a scanner app built into their cell phones, which most do these days, and it'll read the QR code. QR code, that's any of those codes, like on any product. There's a barcode, so to speak, okay? And you could put any information in that barcode, where it would redirect somebody to your website, or put your information, all of your information, in their contact manager if they scan the QR code. Here's a free QR code generator for you. All right. All right. So, cooperation with other licensees. We have to put all of our listings in the MLS and share them with other agents unless otherwise directed not to do so by the owner. And if that's the case, we need to get them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Right? So who can direct us not to cooperate with other brokers? Only the owner of the property. And how soon do listings need to be put into the MLS? Within 48 hours. And how soon do we need to forward offers to the owners? Within 24. Okay. Negotiability of commissions. All commissions are negotiable in New Jersey, right? Because we don't violate the Sherman Antitrust Act. You guys recall what that was?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, geez, what pages were that on? Oh, my gosh. I know that was early on in the book, chapter 2 or 3. Oh, chapter, page 51. Discussed it. 51. 131. What chapter was that? This chapter 10. Oh, and then in chapter 10, discusses it again, the Sherman Antitrust Act. What is the Sherman Antitrust Act? Anybody recall what the Sherman Antitrust Act is?
Price fixing.
It's not price fixing. It makes price fixing illegal.
Right.
The law makes the practice known as price fixing illegal. So what's price fixing?
When you fix the
Brokers.
price.
Okay.
When brokers work together and like conspire to like, you know, change the prices or whatever.
To fix the prices, to set the prices as an industry standard, right? So they get together and they say, hey, listen, nobody charge less than 9% commission, you know, to try to set a high-priced industry standard, basically. That's the gist of it, all right? So that's anti-competition, right? So when brokers work together in that regard, it's anti-competition. They're not working against each other to try to get all the business. They're working with each other to divvy up the markets. And when they do that, it's bad for the consumer. When they compete, it drives down prices. That's good for the consumer. Okay? It's important you guys understand that. You will get questions on the Sherman Antitrust Act on exams. Exams. All right. All right. So let's see where it says that in this chapter, though. You know, I got it here. We're in the chapter. Talk about it. Cooperating with other licensees. All right. So in the book, on page 152. We talked about a lot of property information we have to gather for listings. And then there's a responsibility for disclosure. That's in the old book. That. We have an obligation to investigate and disclose all material facts that can be discovered about a property. All right. Investigate and disclose all material facts that can be discovered about a property. What is material information?
Anything you can see, just a normal person will be able to see, or in a normal inspection?
I'm talking about material information. It's not the problem.
Okay.
You're thinking about material defects, problems that can be discovered by a normal visual prudent inspection, right? That's a material defect.
Okay.
So what is material information? We're required to investigate and disclose all material information about a property. I know that you do get a question about this on exam. Material information is any information about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing it. So this is why we're required to investigate and disclose. It's not necessarily just problems. It could be problems, but it could also be how many bedrooms and baths. Is it gas heat or oil heat? You know, those types of factors. What's the architectural style? Does it have a garage? How many car garage? Does it have off-street parking? You know, this is material information about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing.
Where is that in the book? Are you in the book? Because I'm looking for it.
Chapter 3.
Oh,
Yeah. So chapter 3. Yeah, we went over that a while ago. Material information. You could also find it in the slideshows for chapter 3.
On page 48.
My definitions tended to be better than the ones that were in the book there pertaining to that, but material information.
all right. Thank you.
And then material defects. And then what do we call a hidden defect, since we're on the topic?
Latent.
Latent, because the word latent means hidden. I don't know in what language, but it does. Latent means hidden. All right. So let's see. Commission rates are negotiable between the client and the broker. In any advertisement that you have, you should put in there all the time. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable, but especially if you mention a commission rate. So all listing agreements must contain all listing agreements must contain, let's see, for 1 to 4 family units must contain a notice. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Okay, especially or particularly if you mention a commission rate in an ad. All right. If a FSBO, for sale by owner, we have to remember that we have to put that disclosure in there that we do not engage in illegal price fixing. There's that whole paragraph. I don't think that they have it right there. Oh, they do. On the bottom of page 153, where it says negotiability of commissions. Commission rates are negotiable between the client and broker. No listing can contain may prescribe or predetermine a fee or percentage. All listings for 1 to 4 family dwellings must contain imprints larger than the predominant type on the page of your advertisement, size in the language that says, as seller, this is the disclosure that you have to put on for sale by owner contracts. As a seller, you have a right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker, and no fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, by any trade association, or multiple listing service. Okay? That disclosure there says that we do not engage in illegal price fixing. Okay?
Victor, I have a kind of like I don't know if it's a dumb question, but I noticed that around my neighborhood, there's a lot of for sale by owner homes. Like me as a salesperson, what would be my approach? So I would have to go to.
Introduce yourself. Say hi. Give them a. Say hi. I'm a realtor. Ask me for my card. Right.
Now, I understand that I guess people that are selling their home, themselves without having an agent,
Right.
they don't necessarily, or they never, they won't pay you a commission, right? Because they're doing it alone.
Well,
Right.
we're gonna want them to, because we don't work for free. So we got to negotiate with them. We got to convince them to want to work with us.
Yeah, but what do you do? Like, okay, so I see again.
That's training. That's additional training that you get from your brokers or from outside training. I like a trainer called David Knox. He teaches stuff. You could find some of this stuff for free online. Your
Okay.
brokers may have some training CDs or DVDs about this. Some of the presentations.
Okay.
The guy also has, like, you could sign up on your own even. He has like this Monday or Tuesday morning meetings for training that you could sign up for on your own from the guy. He's a professional trainer. David Knox, Floyd Wickman, and other variants. Some of these trainers can get very expensive though. Those guys are not too bad. They're reasonably priced. But people like Tom Ferry spending over $1,000 a month for a trainer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was just curious since, we're studying,
Yeah. I mean, what approaches? I mean, how do you got to try to convince them? First of all, for sale by owners, how come they didn't list with a realtor? Did they already try it once? See, that's a little bit different. If they tried it once and they have an expired listing and then they be listed trying to sell on their own, they're a little bit unique. You got to take a different approach to them than somebody who has not listed with a real estate agent yet and may not be familiar with the process yet, or disgruntled because an agent didn't do what, fill in the blank. For sale by owners, to go to them, try to be helpful to them. Ask them, say, hey, listen, I'm a real estate agent. I'd like to help you sell your property. If you're interested, I'm with ABC Realty, and I would like to try to market I'd like to have the opportunity to try to market your home, find you a buyer. Then you could talk about your services, with your company, negotiate on commissions with them, and all that good stuff. All right. But you got to introduce yourself. You got to be a little bit forward out there. Introduce yourself. Don't be shy about asking questions. Don't make it all be a job interview about you. Ask about the property. Try to get information about the property. To try to help them price it right. What's their time frame of selling, or do they have one? Why are they selling? It's important to know, because if it's a distressed property, that's a unique situation, right? So you got to ask a lot of probing questions with that. Say, listen, I'm a real estate agent. I'm an expert. This is what I do for a living. I would love the opportunity to help sell your home. Now, I understand that you're probably selling by owner now because you're trying to save on the commissions. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is that it's less than 5% of people that try to sell for sale by owner are successful. It's a very small number. So although I wish you luck and hope you could sell on your own and avoid the cost of having to pay a commission, the majority of homeowners out there that try to sell for sale by owner are unsuccessful in doing so. But I mean, I'd be glad to give you any tips that you need to know. But listen, when you hire me, you know, there's little things that people may not be unaware of that they get, like added bonuses, you know, because we just talk about the commission. Well, we're also using my company's, it's not just about me, it's also my company, you know. We pay for advertising in places. We build up traffic to our websites. We have so many agents, and our agents get clients that they work with. The places that we advertise, we could get potential buyers to purchase your property. And all of that comes out of our pocket. It's we don't charge you for that, you know. We hope to make that money on the back end when we sell your home in the form of a commission, but we put up all this money up front in advertising your property, trying to sell it for you. We do the open houses for you. We take the emotion out of it, so it's not a personal thing. It's a business transaction for us. So therefore, we're not going to get emotional about it. If a buyer comes out, makes an insulting offer, we're going to negotiate with them, try to get a good offer out of them. You know, people may be unaware that we carry something that's called E&O. This is errors and omissions insurance. In the event that you forget to put something in the contract or a disclosure that may be required by law, even for a for sale by owner, we're insured. We have insurance against certain things to prevent lawsuits or to cover us against lawsuits. We are also aware of all the laws. There's a lot of laws, rules, and regulations you need to follow. Whether you're a licensee, we need to follow even more. But you as an individual homeowner, you have to follow laws. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse for violating it. You know, there's certain things, certain terms, and if you're advertising, there's certain terminology that could be deemed discriminatory that may not seem to be on the surface. You know, so we have training in all of this, so we can help you out in that regard. So when you're hiring me and my expertise, but also the expertise of my broker and all the other agents behind me, and our buying power for our marketing and advertising. All the clients that our agents are already working with can be introduced to your property. So we have a much better chance of selling your property and pricing it right from the get-go. But I would like to have that opportunity to try to sell your property. All right. So if you feel like you need like you don't want to continue trying to do this on your own anymore, dealing with all the looky-loos and the people who are not pre-qualified for a mortgage because there's no way that they can afford the house in this neighborhood, but yet you opened up your doors to them. There's also security issues. People could be scouting out your house to rob it later. You know, we pre-qualify people first before we get them in the door. We try to ascertain who they are. We check their IDs. We want to make sure that they can afford to buy the house, that their credit score is there before they ever even look into your house and waste your time. But
I think that's a good selling point.
yeah, you see, so I just like rattled off a bunch of things, and all of these things are true, right? I mean, nothing that I mentioned there is a lie or a gimmick or trying to deceive you in any way. I'm telling the truth. This is what it is, you know. A lot of agents don't know how to focus on the truth, so they try to focus on sales, you know. But these are talking points that are factual. These are actual services. These are actual pluses that you do provide to the client. So why sit there trying to lie to them or try to sell it and, you know, convince them to work with you in some sleazy way when you could just simply lay out the facts there and let them speak for themselves, you know? Plus, I'm a charismatic individual. Look at this. I'm approaching you to help you sell your home, you know? I mean, I got buyers, you know, and other buyers that may do inquiries. I'm going to work them over to try to sell your house to them. I'm going to make sure that they're pre-qualified for a loan. Then I'm going to work on getting their pre-approval. we're going to get through the inspections and all that stuff, get you under contract. You know, there's a lot of moving parts to the real estate transaction, and just getting a buyer is not where it ends. You know, getting a buyer, then it's got to go. You got to put the contract together. You got to negotiate its terms. Then it goes to attorney review. The attorney review, they go back and forth on the terms in the contract, rewriting it basically. And we have to make sure there's a lot of chances for transactions to fall through. A lot of times they die in attorney review. Or when it comes to home inspections, inspection issues that come up. Do you have asbestos in your house? What about radon? You have your CO and fire detectors. You have that fire extinguisher under 10 pounds, ready to put out ABC type fires mounted in the kitchen or within 10 feet of the kitchen with the hardware it came with, because the law requires all of these things. So you're going to need to get an inspection before you could close and transfer title for the fire inspection and for the certificate of occupancy. Did you get any work done to the house without any permits? You know, we're going to have to clear up those issues right away. I mean, I can go on and on and on about different, you know, things that I've taught you guys, right? These are all things that we've discussed already. But now I'm using that as the knowledge, you know, that we possess that could help them out, right? You got to look at it in a way that it's not just a pass the exam. I could use this information that I've learned to help my client. All right. What fiduciary duty is that?
Loyalty?
Care. Care is providing your clients with the greater informed skills and knowledge that you've acquired through education and experience, right? You got to care for your clients. And then I will be loyal to your interests. I will put your interest above all others, including my brokers. I'm not going to put your interest over my brokers. See, the thing is, when I work with you, some real estate agents can work with you as a transaction broker, which means that they don't represent anybody. That means that they just working as the manager, trying to make a deal happen. See, that's another added bonus that you get. I will be working as a seller's agent or disclosed dual agent if the opportunity arises. That means our agency can represent both parties in the transaction. But as of now, I plan on representing, and our agency is only going to be representing you as the seller's agent. What does that mean? That means that I work as a fiduciary. You know, a fiduciary is someone who has legal obligations to look out for their client's best interest. See, some agents, they don't work that way, but I do. When you hire me, I will be your representative. Not in legal matters, you know, that's what your attorney's for. However, there's certain fiduciary duties that I'm obliged to provide for you: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, as well as disclosure or notice, you know. See, all of these things, once you learn these things, if you actually keep studying them, you can actually build it into a rambling, like I'm just making this stuff up as I'm going on. This isn't like a speech that I have prepared here.
I was going to say, I'm not going to speak like that at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You're very good, so you're hired.
but I'm just making this stuff up right now. I'm just going off of the stuff that I've been teaching you guys, and I'm just going off the cuff right now. This isn't a prepared speech, you know? So if you actually learn this stuff and you learn it good enough, then you could start rambling it off. And what you got to think about, as I'm talking to you, I'm trying to think all these things that I've learned, or all these things that I've just taught you. Why would the seller want to care about that? Well, you got to look at things from their perspective always. How will it benefit me, right? Not stuff that I learned to pass an exam and then I can forget about, you know. How can it benefit me as the seller? That's how you always got to put yourself in their shoes. All right, because that's what they're thinking all the time. I don't want to pay. I want all your services, but I don't want to pay for them. That's basically what this is all going to end up boiling down to. All right, but that's good, because if you get it down to that point where they want all your services and they don't want to pay for them, well, it's a start. They want your services, right? Now we could negotiate on the commission, right? You got to get your foot in the door before we could start talking about price. People who start talking about price at the beginning, they start, well, what's the commission that you charge? I say, whoa, 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 slow down, slow down, slow down. Are you telling me that you want to work with me already? You know, I just want to see where I stand right now before I start talking about commissions. I mean, do you want me to work for you? Is that what you're basically telling me right now? Yeah. So am I being a little forward there? Well, they are too. They ask me, what do I charge? So let's have that dialogue. Let's talk about it. Let's not be shy about it. What do I charge? Well, do you want to hire me? And do I want to work with you? Now, I'm not being wise when I say that. I just want to learn a little bit more about why you're looking to sell. There may be certain issues in your transaction that I'm not aware of that I need to be, to see if I can actually help you out, because I'm not in the business of just collecting listings. I don't get paid unless I sell a property, so I want to make sure your property is sellable. I want to make sure you're a motivated seller. I want to make sure that you're going to work with me on selling your property. I want to make sure that your goals are realistic. Let's take a look and value your property first, and then see if we're working on the same planet here. Because some sellers, they're way out there, and I don't know where they get their ideas for their pricing from. They pull it out of thin air, or they say, well, I needs to get so much money. But you know, buyers and appraisers for lenders really don't care how much money the seller needs to get. They care about actual market value, which can be proven by recently sold similar homes, similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property to determine that value. All right. So blah, blah, blah. See, I could go on and on and on and on. See, and this is all stuff that we've spoke about, right? I mean, now you just got to try to do a little memory recall on the spot. The first time, are you going to be babbling a bit, double talking, repeating yourself? Is your face going to be a little flush? Perhaps. But the only way to get over those fears is to get out there and do it, right? So, if anything, it's a little bit of an adrenaline rush. What's the worst case scenario?
So they say, no, not interested.
They tell you go pound salt. Yeah, they tell you they're not interested. Get the hell off my property, you know? All right, thank you for your time. But if you should reconsider, here's my business card. I am a realtor. I want to sell you your house. Okay?
Thank you, Victor.
That's part. When I talk like that, I'm using the actual facts, but I'm putting them together in a way and presenting it in a way to sell it. You know.
Mr. Victor, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
The referral agent.
Yeah.
How does that work with them? You know, when they get the commission, how does that work?
Yeah, referral agents, they cannot work with clients. They cannot work with clients. So basically, all a referral agent does is if you find somebody who's looking to sell or buy real estate, you refer them to your broker, who will assign them to a salesperson who's actually going to do all this talk with them. They're going to get the talk, they're going to get the listing, or if they're a buyer, they're going to be showing them, getting them pre-qualified and showing them homes. They do all the interviews and all that stuff. And when they close on that transaction, a referral fee is paid by the broker before that commission is split between that listing agent and if it was a listing and the broker. Well, there was a referral agent there, so the referrals on average are 25 to 35%. So that comes off the top. 25 to 35% of that total commission that comes in for that side, from the listing side of the transaction, would go to would be taken off the top, and then that would be split with the broker and their referral agent, depending on what their commission split is. Now, let me give you an example. I have a referral agency. So I give my referral agents an 80% split. So what happens is if you are basically a referral agent's not working in the business. However, they come across people. Sometimes people they don't want to work in real estate. Maybe it's because of their current situation, or they got a great job offer right now and they don't want to go nowhere, or maybe it's for other reasons. But look, we get people all the time. They work in beauty salons, or they're a paralegal or whatever, and they got their careers established, or they work in a doctor's office, and they got their careers established already. They're not looking to move nowhere. They're not looking to actually sell and get involved in real estate, but they come across people all the time who want to, who are looking to buy or sell, and they hear these conversations going on in the lobby or small talk, right? And
Right.
so you can say, well, you know what? I got a great agent I can refer you to. And now you refer them to your broker. The broker will assign an agent. That agent will call them. And when they close on a transaction, eventually, you get paid off the top before that agent gets their share.
Oh, wow. So you can have referral agents. So if you're
Well,
a salesperson, you can.
Well, the laws changed a bit. If you guys recall from chapter 1, what are the 4 license types, highest to lowest?
Wait, say that again? Realtor?
What are the 4 license types, highest to lowest?
Got
Broker,
broker,
Salesperson.
salesperson,
Broker, salesperson,
salesperson,
person,
And referral.
and referral agent.
Referral agent.
Although they give you this long acronym, salesperson, formerly with the referral agency, something like that. You get that SW, whatever. Remember that long acronym? That's basically a referral agent. All right.
But take the class still and pass the test,
They
correct?
still have to be licensed in order to be a referral agent. However, referral agents cannot any longer, the law changed. They cannot hang with any broker. They could only hang their license with a referral agency. Now, if you guys should ever need to do that, I do have a referral agency. However, I do charge $100 every 2 years, every licensing term, to hang the license. But if you send one referral that closes, I waive that fee. All right.
Can you be a salesperson and a referral agent?
No, you can only have one.
Oh, wow.
You can only have one license. So, but you could change your license back and forth between the two. You could change from referral agent to salesperson, from salesperson to referral agent. But when you do that, there's always a fee involved with the state. I think it's a $50 fee to change your license type.
Okay.
And if you're going from referral agent to salesperson, you're going to need to get caught up on some CE credits. You got to do some extra CE. Normally, how much CE do you need to renew your licenses?
12.
You need 12 CE credits. What's the breakdown in those? Each credit is equal to 1 hour of class.
Yeah.
What's the breakdown on the types of classes you need to take?
You need 2 ethics,
Ethics.
a total of 6 core, which can include ethics.
Okay, so 2 hours or 2 credits in ethics and 4 more core classes. In core
Right.
ethics.
And then the others can be whatever.
And the remaining 6 can be in any approved class, whether it's elective or ethics, which is the core topic. All right. But you may, if you're in referral and you're changing back to salesperson, you may have to take 14 or 16 credits instead. But if you never got your license as a salesperson, you just jump in as a referral agent, and then you later want to change your license to a salesperson, they may require more CE, or depending on how long you had it hanging as a referral agent, they may require you to take another test before you can activate it as a salesperson. Okay, so that's yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I want to know if to get my feet wet, because I want to get my feet wet too.
Sure.
While I'm taking this class, I reached out to some construction companies
Wait.
yesterday.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
You cannot solicit business until you have a license.
Okay. Because I was
Otherwise-
just asking it. I was just going to
Otherwise-
ask.
yeah.
I told him I was taking a real estate class,
Okay.
but I just wanted to know if they have any entry level jobs.
Oh,
that,
okay. All right.
You know, that I can make a little money, but I can also get experience
Okay.
around.
Okay, so that's different. I thought you were saying that you were trying to prospect for business. When you prospect
Oh,
for business,
no. I just told
Without-
entry level.
Yeah.
You know, something where I can get my feet wet, but I can still learn.
no, not really. Not unless they give you administrative work as a secretary in the real estate office or working in the back office, doing stuff. You learn that way. We see that in real estate offices all the time. People just come in, they come in to get a job. They just want a straight pay because they need to earn money now. So they get a job as either the secretary that works at the front desk or in the back office. They cannot discuss conversations directly with clients, but they
Right.
field phone calls. They make appointments. They do stuff. They start to get familiarized with the transaction process. But a lot of those people end up seeing the stuff that they do and the agents that are out there and how incompetent a lot of agents are. They're like, I could do a better job than them, and I know this stuff like the back of my hand now. You know what? Why don't I get my real estate license and do this? I could be making all that money, the commission that they're all driving around in Mercedes Benz, and I got a jalopy here, and I know this job better than them. So this is what you're seeing. This is what you see happening a lot. You could actually see this cycle if you actually step back and just observe people. I like to observe people from like that 1,000-mile view, and just
Wow.
you could watch and actually see this cycle. It's actually a cycle. It happens over and over again. Some people use it as a stepping stone too. I remember I've had secretaries. I remember this one girl I hired, a college girl. I hired her. She was a great secretary and great for the back office, and she was awesome and had an awesome personality and everything. She was outgoing, so I encouraged her to get her real estate license. This is before I ever had a real estate school. I encouraged her to get her real estate license. So she went to school, she got the license, and she continued working with me. But now she was able to actually work with clients and able to answer calls. So I was still paying her as a secretary to work with me, but then she could work on her own as well and go out there and get business, working with buyers, sellers, etc., and earn the commission, the bigger bucks.
Right.
And she actually did pretty good. She did pretty good. But still, this was just a stepping stone for her anyway. She ended up completing college and going, but the kicker was getting her real estate license and becoming a part of the Realtors Association. I told her about in Middlesex County anyway, there's you got to check with each association of realtors or with the states even. Middlesex County Association of Realtors actually has annual scholarships that for children of realtors or the realtors themselves. You have to write an essay or whatever the entry thing is. She entered and she won a scholarship. It wasn't paid for the college, but she got a couple grand that they gave her for college. And then after she graduated and got a job in her career of choice, she actually got a job in something that she was not prepared in. She did not think she actually qualified for it, but they liked her resume. She started sending her resume all over. People started inquiring into her because they seen she went for like psychology or something like that, psychology or social work or something like that. But then they seen her background being in real estate, and in real estate, you have to have a calm demeanor. You have to work good under pressure. You have to be able to negotiate, and like a lot of these things are features that they look for, characteristics that they look for in their candidates for the job. So even though real estate wasn't her main job that she planned on being in for the rest of her life, it actually worked as an excellent stepping stone for her. It helped pay for her college. It helped land her a job. She ended up getting a job as some kind of a recruiter. It was a psychology job that she got. Some kind, she went for psychology or something. the normal one that most people end up going for these days, right? But what set her apart from everybody else was that real estate background. And so this company was offering, they're paying her a lot of money too to be a recruiter for talent. Okay, so she knew how to sell it, being in sales and real estate. She knew how to negotiate, as well as her psychology background. It worked perfect for the job she got. She landed a job that she wasn't even planning on becoming a recruiter. She was looking in psychology. Who would have thought psychology is important for such a thing, right? So anyway, so your job, your careers may end up taking you in a direction that you guys are not even considering right now. Okay, you may end up working for a new construction builder, or someday working for a housing and redevelopment authority, or low-income housing. Don't be fooled by the name. There's a lot of money in low-income housing. All right, especially if it's new. I had one girl in a broker's class. She's had a real estate license for years, but she started out and she always worked for some guy who built low-income housing, low-income and affordable housing. There's a difference between the two. And when she, so she always worked for this guy. And I was like, all right, it's a niche, right? Or niche. And she was trying to get her broker's license. So we're in there in class, in broker's class. And she started asking some questions. Now, keep in mind, she's been licensed for years. She started asking questions in class like, what does the MLS look like? How do you market a property? And everybody's looking at her, shot her a look like, what the hell? I'm like, they were looking down on her. They're like, how long have you been a real estate agent? You don't know what the MLS looks like? How do you market a property? And she's like, well, I never worked in sale. I always worked in low-income housing. And they're like this one guy scoffed like that. And he was, now this was a guy that was wearing a suit. This guy was like wearing a three-piece suit in class every day, because he'd be going to work afterwards or what have you, or before. I think that was the evening or day class. But anyway, so he scoffed at her. And I called him out on it. I was like, don't scoff at her. I'm like, answer me a question. What's the best year you ever had in the business? What's the most money you made in a year? Go ahead, tell me. And the guys, he thought for a minute and he was like, made $160,000. Thinking his S don't stink, right? And I already knew how much she made on average every year. And I went over to her and I was like, with your low income and affordable housing job, how much did you make last year? Forget about your best year. How much did you make last year? And she said, well, I still have a couple deals that I have to close on. I'm like, no. Last year. How much did you make last year? And she's like, it was about 302,000. And then all of a sudden, these people that were scoffing at her were like, oh, how do you get involved in that? I mean, how do you learn how to, what? Yeah, oh, what changed here all of a sudden, huh? It's like, don't look down on somebody else and go, oh, affordable housing, you may be with the expensive homes or the rich homes or in dealing in commercial real estate or you just a hustler, but you're doing killer business, okay? Sure, look, 160 grand, that's nothing to scoff at. That's a great amount of money. But his attitude kind of pissed me off a little bit towards her, trying to like belittle her, with that comment, So, you saw how things changed really quick. All of a sudden, he had a respect for her, right? So, I just find it interesting being the 1,000-mile observer from the back, from the overall of what's going on here. I mean, even I'm interested, but she had more knowledge, and it would take so long for her to teach me this, because low income, affordable housing, that is a niche all in its own,
But why was she asking that question? Was she being facetious?
No, she was going to get her broker's license, and we were talking about MLS and stuff, and she was like, how does the MLS look? What does it look like? Where does it? How do you market properties? Because she's interested, because she's never worked in the regular part of real estate. She's only worked in
Oh.
in affordable income housing, and they don't put those properties in the MLS. They don't market properties in the traditional fashion. As a matter of fact, the people who buy or lease or what have you, they have to have certain qualifications that they need to meet to be considered low income and affordable housing in order to qualify for them. And
Right.
there's all kinds of ratios of state and federal laws, and she would like rattle them off like nothing. And I'm like, wow, where did you learn all that? I mean, I'm intrigued by it. I was like scoffing at it. I'm intrigued. Where would you learn such a thing? Oh, I learned on the job over the years. But. Well, you know your stuff. All right. Yeah, working as secretary in your real estate office, you can learn a lot of stuff. You can definitely learn a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's good that your boss encouraged you. All right, let's see. Moving along. Listing requirements, Attorney General's memorandum. What is that? It's a document that you have to give to owner at time of listing that talks about the New Jersey law against discrimination, the LAD, as well as the federal anti-discriminatory laws. Who do we have to give it to? Only to the owner. We don't have to give it to buyers or renters. They're free to discriminate all they want. They can choose where they want to live. But if anybody's offering a property up for sale or lease, that owner cannot discriminate. They have to follow state and federal laws. So we have to supply to them the Attorney General's memorandum. It's just a notice about the laws against discrimination. We covered that in Chapter 4. So what do we do if somebody tells us they plan on discriminating at the time we get a listing? We got to turn down the listing. Must refuse to take the listing. Let's even underline that. They must refuse to take the listing. You need to know that for exam. Must refuse to take the listing. I like this one. This one's actually got a little shadow to it. This is a 3D look. Look at that. That looks nice. All right. Expiration date. All listings, in order to be valid, have to have an expiration date in the agreement. Sure, it has a listing date, but it has an expiration date in the agreement. All right, let's see. Pricing the property. How do we price the property? Let's see. Is there anything here that we need to highlight? First of all, get caught up. Okay. So under responsibility for disclosure, we already went over that there's a lot of information that we need to gather to disclose when we get listings, such as the true tax figures and all those other things. I'm not going to go rehash the whole list. We already went over a lot of this stuff, but there's nothing to highlight in there. Responsibility for investigating. We're responsible to investigate and disclose all material facts as well as defects. All right. So failure to disclose any known defects or any defect that would have been apparent if a reasonable investigation had been made may make the licensee liability for any claims levied by the purchaser on the property. So what does that tell you? Let me see. There's got to be something in here that says, in the second sentence under responsibility for investigation on page 153, we're going to highlight New Jersey Real Estate Commission rules and regulations clearly require that licensee is to ascertain all pertinent information on a property that's been accepted for a listing, and the results of the licensee's investigation must be made known to all prospective purchasers. How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? Are there any problems with the property? Etc., etc. Basically, we have an obligation. What it's saying is we have an obligation to investigate and disclose all material information.
Okay, where is that? Where are we highlighting?
The sentence isn't that clear, though. It used to be that clear. It's the second sentence under responsibility for investigation on page 153. Sorry. Now, it does go on to say failure to disclose any known defect or any defect that would have been apparent if a reasonable investigation may have been made would make the licensee liable for claims levied. Okay, I'm not highlighting anything there. I'm just going to put a little bracket around it with that paragraph with my pen, or put an asterisk next to it and have you. Just good to know. You know. Now, the New Jersey Licensing Act further requires that, let's put a highlighted box around those 2 bullet points under the New Jersey Licensing Act requires. I'm going to highlight New Jersey Licensing Act further requires that and put a highlighted box around those 2 bullet points. So what does it require? It requires that in order to be eligible for a commission, we have to have a listing. Okay, so a fully executed signed copy of the listing agreement at the time we start working with them. We have to have some kind of agreement in writing that they're going to pay us a commission. And then, and authorizing us to act as their representative. And then in order for that listing agreement to be valid, it has to have an expiration date in the agreement. That'll be an exam question. That's going to come up a couple times, you'll see. So cooperation with other licensees. Every licensee must fully cooperate with all other New Jersey licensees in the sale of listed property unless specifically ordered not to do so by who? I know it's the seller. You know what? I'm going to write, instead of seller, I'm going to write in its place the word seller, owner. Because it's not necessarily a seller. What if they're leasing the property? Right? By the owner. And then we'd have to get them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation, as I see in chapter 2. They call it unit 2. And then actually highlight that whole paragraph. Any MLS must receive a listing within 48 hours, and all written offers have to be transmitted to the owner within 24. Right? So you got possibly 3 questions in that paragraph. That little 4-line paragraph. How soon do listings need to be put into the MLS?
48 hours.
8 hours.
When do offers need to be forwarded to the owner by?
24 hours.
Within 24 hours. What if the property's already under contract?
You can still let them know.
We still have an obligation, not that we could, we have an obligation to, unless that owner told us in writing not to show them any more offers that they don't want to see anymore.
Yes.
So we need to get it in writing because everything that we do, we got a CYA, cover our butts, right?
Yes.
So each listing contract must contain an explanation of the fee arrangements, of course, under which the real estate firm cooperates. Want to see a listing agreement? Did I show you guys a listing agreement yet? I don't think so. Let me find that document, my class folder document. Contracts and disclosures, and here, I just saved this one yesterday. I just downloaded it yesterday. Just, waiting for it to open. In a sec. It's from the Garden State MLS listing agreement. And here it is. This is a listing agreement from the Garden State MLS. Okay, this is the actual listing agreement that we fill out. You got to put in the owner's names and address, their phone number, email. Well, you don't necessarily need that. The property address that's up for sale or lease. You got to put the listing brokerage's name and address, as well as the brokerage's phone, fax. And if it's for sale or rent, you got to put down those appropriate listing price. what date is this listing starting? And what is the expiration date? You have to put in here, disclose the business relationships. I, name of licensee, tells you what to put in the lines. As an authorized representative of, you put your company name in there. And then you're going to check off one of these options. As of this time, intend to work with you as a, check only one, sellers and landlord's agent only if the opportunity arises. All right, seller and landlord agent only, that's a SA. Seller and landlord agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises. I usually check off that one. Or a transaction broker, because nothing in the law says that you have to represent somebody as their agent. You can just be a manager of the transaction. Now, if you go over to this side, number 4 section here, that talks about the compensation. All right. This talks about how the compensation is going to be split. So before that, I mean, they have this in a little bit of a weird order, probably just for formatting reasons. But here's where you would put the total commission. It's actually in section 5. Okay, if it's a sale, let's say that it's for sale, you'd put a percentage or a fixed dollar amount here. That's the way it has to be expressed on this, and it cannot be pre-typed in there. It has to be handwritten in. Now let's just say that it's 6%. Okay, if we got a 6% listing in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. If it's a 6% listing, for example, you would write over here how much you're offering to cooperating agents depending on how they're working with their clients. That's what this is about. So this is for a sale right here, this section. If they're a subagent, what is a subagent?
Isn't that somebody underneath a sales agent underneath a broker or?
Yep. So basically, what happens if another agent from within your brokerage brings in the buyer, not you as the listing agent, but another agent within your brokerage? Well, they're all working for the same broker, so they're considered to be a sub-agent. So how much are we going to offer as a commission to agents from within our office if any agent within that office, including yourself, brings the buyer? Okay, we're going to write 3% in there. Okay. For a buyer's broker, what is that? That means it's somebody that's not from our agency, because we know our agency is already representing, by virtue of having this listing, our agency is already working as a seller's agent. So if any case, it would be sub-agent or transaction broker. So how much are we going to be paying to a buyer's broker, an agency that's only representing the buyer? So basically that's an outside company. I'll write here 3% minus a dollar amount. Sometimes you see there. That minus a dollar amount, you got to check what your office policy is on that. Basically, anytime that we put a listing in the MLS, we have to pay a fee to the MLS for entering the listing, and that fee varies from MLS to MLS. And we may have put this listing in several MLSs. And then we may have set up, paid for an appointment service for setting up the appointments and tracking calls and stuff. If that's the case, we're racking up some expenses here. We want to recover them from the commission of the buyer side. So we'll write here 3% minus $150, for example. Or if they're working as a transaction broker, because nothing says in the law that you have to work as a sub-agent, how much we're going to offer them. Now we'll put 3% minus $150 as well. Okay, so basically, you see the way this works. You don't look at it and add up all these commissions. That's how much the commission would work if the buyer's agent is working in this way, if the person who brings the buyer in is working in this way, or if the person who brings the buyer in is working in this way. Okay, that's how you fill this out. Does the owner allow to have a key box? You know, the lock box on the property? like this, you know, the lockbox.
Yeah.
Got my shackle code on here. I don't want to be putting that on the recording. Okay. Got the lockbox, GE Security lockbox. You see it says Supra on it. That's why we call it a Supra box. Okay. Rubber coated lockbox. That's controlled through the Bluetooth in my cell phone. So I just open up my real estate app folder. I go to Supra eKey, open up my Supra eKey app. I click on the lockbox thing. Make sure your Bluetooth is turned on. Make sure, see there's a metal box down here at the bottom. When you push that in, see what happens here? You see that red light just blink? That means it's on, it's activated for a couple seconds so that you can key in your code. So now I put in my code. I hope that's it. I always forget. Oh, that one wasn't it. So, what is it?
I wish you could talk to Siri and tell her to open up the app and then open up the lock. That would be so smooth.
There we go. And when you hear it, then the key box drops out, and then you got your key inside. Okay. So, and then it makes a note of what properties that you showed, so you could keep track of the properties, the key boxes that you open. Well, look, I'm the listing agent on this, so this is actually my key box. I get a notification. I already got a notification of what properties key box just got opened and accessed and by who. Isn't that neat?
That's awesome.
And I could limit the hours and days that lockbox can be opened. Say that the owner doesn't want any showings on certain days or after a certain time. Hello. Okay. It's blurry there for a second. Then I could restrict the hours of the lockbox and the days when it can be opened and accessed. That's slick, ain't it? All right, then once again, on this listing agreement, the broker is offering a commission split of, how much are we offering? Minus what? To potential cooperating brokers.
3% minus.
Yeah, 3% minus whatever, just like we had it up here, okay? So, or here. And then down the bottom, over here, if there's a tenant there and that tenant ends up buying, are they going to have to pay us a commission still? Okay. Shall we pay the owner a commission if the tenant purchases the property by a certain date? Right. Now, this is not just for tenants. This is basically if the property is sold, let me see, by anybody that we also introduced the property to during the listing term. If the property is sold or goes under contract within a certain amount of time after the listing expires, we could still be entitled to a commission. All right, and then we get the listing agent signature, LS listing signature, and then you print their and then they print your name. You got to put your license number. This is something new in the law that just about all the contracts that we sign, agents are required in New Jersey to put their license numbers next to that. So listing agent ID number. And then accepted by the authorized representative. For instance, if your broker has to sign off on agreeing to any listing, or an office manager, well, then they need to put their info there and print their name and have the broker's license number there. And then the owners sign and date. All the owners sign and date. Mm-hmm. And then there's further. This is usually on the back of the listing. Further disclosures here. Now, we also have, in addition to that now with the Corona stuff going on, we also have Corona disclosures and such available. But we won't get into all that right now. All right, so the wrong thing. All right, so how do we price the property? With either a broker's price opinion called a BPO or a CMA, which is a comparative market analysis. Okay? The owner determines, who determines the asking price, the listing price? The owner does. All right. Who determines the selling price, the sales price? The buying public. Right? They have to make an offer. If nobody makes an offer, they ain't selling it. So we need to make that perfectly clear to the seller. They could ask whatever price they want, but the price, the market price, is actually going to be set by the buying public. All right. One thing we got to make sure as well, that anytime that we have a CMA, the comparative market analysis, our pricing analysis, to help guide them as to how to price their property, we got to make sure we let them know this is not an appraisal. Don't ever call it an appraisal, because appraising is a profession that requires licensure, and we are not licensed appraisers. And that ends that. So let me open the next paragraph. So we're done with this chapter. What else do we need to highlight here? Anything? Yes, we do. The Attorney General has published a one-page. New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish all listing owners with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum. In addition, a licensee must refuse to take a listing from an owner who indicates they have an intention to violate the LAD. Highlight that. On page 163, under Attorney General's memorandum, the second sentence, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish a listing owner with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum, and they must turn down listings. They must refuse listings for anyone who indicates they have an intention to violate the LAD, law against discrimination. Then under expiration of a listing period, highlight all listings must specify a definite termination date. Okay, all listings must specify, and then on the next line, highlight an exact termination date. And how do we price the property? By a comparative market analysis. We'll be going over them in chapter 16. I gave you guys a resource as well for learning how to do this. Your brokers can teach you how to price properties, but look, some of your brokers, to be quite honest, aren't very good at it themselves. All right, so we have that, let me see, education. I told you about this course right here. This is from a group called Ottawa, OTTEAU, and you guys probably can't see this yet, can you? Oh, you can. So this is Ottawa. This group, they offer something called a CMA workshop. This is a group of appraisers that put together some excellent data and materials available for us as agents, as well as training on how to price properties. Who better to teach you than an appraiser, right? This market track is an excellent update that they give you and publish regularly about what's going to be happening in the market. So just go to their workshops, events and workshops. See what they got going on at any given time here. Commercial real estate risk forecast, spring housing market workshop. Here, the advanced CMA workshop coming up. May. See, this is around the time of the year, so they'll have they have 2 different venues. They'll have about 5 or 6 different events in May. And that's all. If you missed that though, you could still learn a little bit about the CMA, but it's not going to be a workshop dedicated to it. Instead, it's going to be they have a seasonal housing market workshop that touches on the CMA aspect, but basically they give you updates on the housing market, where in New Jersey things are heating up, where are they cooling down. They explain all kinds of pricing issues and such. It's a very, very good workshop, and it costs just as much as this. But its main focus is not the CMA, but the information will definitely help you with the CMA. You'll find them just as valuable. So if it's a time of the year that they're not giving this, you can take this. See, this is saying March, but it's actually quarterly. See, here's the spring housing, then they have the fall, okay? So this one's coming up. Register.
You said that this is the one you said that's very expensive?
No, not at all. It's
Oh,
$99. If you register in advance, they knock down the price.
And you have to have your license before you can take any of these.
No,
No?
no. So this one is, oh look, they dropped the price $10. Usually they say it's $99, but if you register in advance, they drop it to $89. What, they're just offering you $89 right here if you just register online.
you have to be a Market Track member?
No, that's to get it for $74.
Mm.
Are you a member?
I am not a member. I just attend their events. I pay for that stuff, and I attend their events when I can. But the market, but either way, you know, when you take this class, they sign you up for Market Track. You know what? I may be a member. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta try to register. Find out. It's been a while. I'm due to attend one of their workshops. So I think I will attend this next workshop that they do have. Just got to put it in my calendar. All right. Anyway, that's a good educational resource for you guys for finding out how to price homes properly by appraisers. And we are done with this chapter. But with the CMAs, we can never call it actually, I shouldn't say we're done with the chapter because we can never refer to a CMA as
An appraisal.
an appraisal because we're not appraisers. Appraising is a profession that requires licensing. So, although it resembles an appraisal, it must never be called such. So, it's a complimentary service. Go down to 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph under pricing the property, and we're going to highlight license law dictates that a CMA must never be called a free appraisal. So it should contain a statement that it should not be considered an equivalent of an appraisal. Okay. Let's see, the broker can convey the selling practice. Okay, and then in the last paragraph, the broker should convey to the seller the fact that the eventual selling price is set by the buying public. Okay, who sets the asking price?
The owner.
The owner. Who sets the actual offer prices, the market price? The buying public. It's important to understand that. You'll get some kind of question on that on exam, but I don't know if I should have you highlight this particular sentence here, as long as you guys understand that concept. And let's do the key terms to review. There's only 6 questions here at the back of at the end here. So let me just write down my answers really quick, and then we'll get started. So, illegal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net listing.
5 is A, net listing. Listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling broker is paid.
Open
Open listing.
6 is B. A listing that promises that the broker will be paid unless the owner sells on their own.
Exclusive agency.
2 is C. A listing that does not, a listing that states broker will be paid no matter who sells.
Exclusive right to sell.
3 is D. Organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings.
Multiple listing service?
MLS.
4 is E. And a price comparison for sellers' use when listing property.
CMA.
CMA.
1 is F. CMA, BPO, call it whatever the hell you want. Pricing analysis, just don't call it.
Appraisal.
There we go. All right. Chapter 11. Mucho importante contract. Okay, this chapter is an important one. Chapter 11. It's also packed with information and questions. So, at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe the essential elements of a valid contract. You're going to learn a lot of stuff, all right? More than we got here in this intro. This intro is a waste of our time. So, what is a contract? Well, it's a voluntary agreement between two legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act that is supported by some sort of legal consideration. That term consideration we're going to learn about. This is still part of an intro. These are loaded words here. We're going to be learning what this stuff means. So let's start off with what are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract? Well, before we do, on page 167, chapter 11, let's see, a contract may be defined as a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from, you don't need to highlight that. Turn to page 168. Essential elements of a valid contract. Let's highlight the title and write the number 4 in front of it because there are 4 essential elements to any valid contract. Even though the title of this chapter is Real Estate Contracts, we're learning general contract law principles. And then we're going to start diving into how do we apply them specifically to real estate. But even though it's, so let's discuss it. Basically, these 4 essential elements apply to any kind of a contract, not just real estate. So let's go over these essential elements by a highlight. Let's first do this. There's a numbered list here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's highlight the title for each one, which is already in bold. Well, at least the first one is. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. Okay? So we're going to go over each one of those now to find out what exactly do they mean. Well, number 1, it says to enter into a binding contract in New Jersey, a person must be at least 18 years of age and of sound mind. A married person under 18 is considered an adult. That is a mistake. I don't know why they keep adding that to here. I'm going to have to report that to the book manufacturer too, because that is factually wrong. They changed the law about 2 years ago in New Jersey, 1.5 years maybe. In New Jersey, you know, we got a lot of immigration that's been going on. We've always had a lot of immigration, but particularly the last couple of years, we had tons of immigration. People coming in from all over. We got people coming from all over the world. people from all different cultures. And in some cultures, it's acceptable to have what we refer to as child brides, all right, which is child abuse, basically. So there's a lot of groups out there that were protesting this and legally fighting battles against this. You should not have a bride that is 8 or 10 years old. That's just disgusting. It's child abuse. So these groups fought, and it is now law in New Jersey. Children under the age of 18, they used to have this in here because you could get married at 17, I think, or possibly 16 even. No, I think it's 17 with parental consent. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could have been 16. Not sure if you still can, but it was, you could get married at age 16 with parental consent. And if you're old enough to get married, then you could be considered an adult in the eyes of the law. However, with all the immigration, some people come from different countries, and that 16, 17-year-old parental consent thing don't fly. You know, it's a lot, the ages could be a lot younger that they consider acceptable. And at that point, I mean, at what point is it child abuse, you know? So these—
You said that just changed 2 years ago?
yeah, it changed within the last 2 years. Within the last 2 years. And, you know, I wasn't sure about that. I had a student tell me that in class, but I researched it and I called an attorney to find out about it. And they said, yes, that is correct. So that statement here in the book is wrong. I am going to send them, the book manufacturer, a note on that, though. Got my little sticky notes. I'm gonna put that right there. All right. So, so it says persons under 18 may enter into a valid contract if they're married. All right. But the contract is voidable by the minor until, oh wait, not if they're married. Any person under 18 can sign a contract. But are they a competent party? Is a minor is a child a legally competent party to sign contracts?
No.
No. But they could still sign a contract. But if the minor doesn't want to be in it, guess what? They're out. You cannot legally enforce a contract against a minor because they're not a competent party. However, if an adult signed a contract with the minor can hold the adult to the contract because they were a competent party. So that's what they mean by, but the contract is voidable by the minor. Right? That is until they reach the age of 18, and then if they're still in that contract, well, that contract is valid now because the minor is now an adult. All right, consideration. Is the entire purchase price. Each party promises to give or receive something from each other. There are 3 legal forms of consideration, and here they are. Legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. An exchange of something of value, goods or services. I will give you this, or I will do this in exchange for that. And love and affection. Example, a gift to a relative. They're not talking about prostitution. However, this should be accompanied by a letter that is, for example, a gift. Now, even though I said this is not prostitution, it depends where you are. If you are somewhere where prostitution is legal, well, then that would be considered legal form of consideration. And there's only one place in the United States that flies. And it's not in a state. It's in a Henderson County, Nevada. Anybody ever hear of the Bunny Ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if this were to actually occur there, so I'm using this as an example just to show you guys that these legal elements of a contract, it depends on where you are and what the laws are where you're at. If that flies over there in exchange of, if that would actually be this one, services, an exchange of goods and services. Okay. What they mean by love and affection is courts have ruled that a parent can give a property to their child, and the only consideration is that they have love and affection for each other. Okay? Courts have ruled that that is considered good and valuable consideration. But it should be accompanied by a letter that states that this is a gift. See a little bullet point I got over here? All right. So, under consideration, we could highlight on the third line, consideration may consist of legal tender, an exchange of value, or love and affection. So, consideration is what the parties promise to give or receive from each other. And in order for any contract to be valid, there has to be something given and received in exchange. Look, even if you're going to add something to a contract, let's just say I have a lease with you as my landlord. Okay, the lease itself is a contract. You're giving me your property, the right to occupy your property, and I pay you rent. That's the consideration. But let's say that we want to put a little twist to that, and you're going to give me an option to buy the property. Well, that option is an option agreement. It's a separate agreement. That's a separate contract. In order for that to be valid, there has to be something of value for the option. Now, is that going to be me paying extra additional rent? Is that me paying an additional one-time fee for it, for that option? You know, there's an example just showing you how for any contract to be valid has to have something of value given or received. And then 4, lastly, is the legality of the object or purpose. We know prostitution is not legal in New Jersey, so that would not be considered one of these exchange of goods or services, right? So legality of the object or purpose of the contracts, all right? It may not involve an illegal purpose or substance. We cannot have a legally enforceable contract to sell you some crack cocaine, because crack is whack. That ain't legal, right? It's not legal. It's an illegal substance. So whatever the purpose of the contract is for has to be the legal object or purpose. It may not be against public policy. You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to kill somebody. Why? Because murder is illegal. Duh, right? Now, so what are these 4 essential elements of a valid contract?
Competent
Competent parties,
Part,
offer and acceptance,
offer and
Offer and
acceptance,
consideration,
consideration,
legality of object.
Legality of object.
legality of the object, or purpose of the contract. Now, what are the 3 legal forms of consideration?
Legal tender,
Legal tender, which is money
money,
or a loan.
yeah. Exchange of value,
I will give you this in exchange for that,
right.
or
Love and affection,
love and affection.
Al Green.
So there we go. So look at that. We just found a couple things there.
Love and tenderness.
Love and tender. The value depends on how good it is, right? All right, so let's see. Okay, so a valid contract may be oral or written. So the spoken contract, can verbal contracts be enforceable in the court of law? Yes,
Yes.
but not for real estate. So
Repeat that?
not for real estate contracts. Look, I could sell you my cell phone. We could have an agreement here that I'm going to sell you my cell phone for $10. Okay, we have a verbal contract. We got all these witnesses here. That is a contract. We made a contract, right? Now I'm not making that offer right now, and you have not accepted it yet anyway. So we don't have a contract for that. But let's just say that we do. You know, this is an example only. That I'm going to sell you my cell phone for X amount of dollars, or whatever. Okay. We have a verbal agreement that can be enforced in a court of law. Okay. However, if somebody else I have a written contract with to sell that same cell phone, the parole evidence rule states that written contracts take precedence over oral agreements or promises. Basically, if you got two people claiming they got a contract, one's got a verbal and one's got it in writing, the one in writing will always trump the verbal contract, right? That's the parole evidence rule. You need to know that term as well. So what do we need to know here? 4 essential elements, 3 forms of consideration, and the parole evidence rule. And that contracts can be oral or in writing. But for real estate, they always need to be in writing, which we're going to learn with the statute of frauds. But before we do, let's highlight some stuff. Let's highlight a valid contract can be oral or written. The parole evidence rule, however, states that written contracts take precedence over oral agreements or promises. While we got our markers out or highlighters, we might as well also highlight the statute of frauds states that a contract for the sale of real estate and any lease for more than 3 years must be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. And I want you to write something beneath it. It says the statute of frauds for the sale of real estate and any lease for more than 3 years must be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. Leases longer than 2 years can be recorded.
Leases longer than 2 years can be recorded.
Yep, they can be recorded. What do I mean by recorded? Added to the public record, right? Leases longer than 2 years may be recorded.
Are we writing that here?
You're writing that under that paragraph that where we just highlighted that sentence. Leases longer than 2 years may be recorded.
Okay, thank
you. To keep our notes together, because we'll have someplace else in the book that says that we could highlight it. Actually, we had it, I think in chapter 3, we highlighted that, but we'll have it again later in this chapter, I believe. But I like to keep your notes together. Oh no, it's not going to be in this chapter. It'll be in chapter 12. But I like to keep your notes together. The parole evidence, the statute of frauds. Anytime we see statute of frauds, this term, it means something has to be in writing. Now, when it pertains to real estate contracts, the sales contracts, all sales contracts have to be in writing, and a lease must be in writing if it's longer than
3 years.
Years, but it can be recorded if it's longer than 2. Why do we record documents in the public record? To put the world on notice of our interest in the property. Right? So, real estate broker's authorization is required for any listing. It must be in writing, signed by the consumer, and it applies to the sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is acting for, on behalf of the seller or buyer, or landlord and tenant. Now, we as real estate agents, this is contract law. This is general contract law. This is not real estate law. This is contract law. But we as real estate agents, we have to also follow real estate licensing law. What is real estate licensing law also known as? Title
11?
45, Chapter
Oh.
15. Title 11, Chapter 5 is the administrative code, the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. So 4515, we also have to follow. So that states that if real estate agents, any contract we do has to be in writing. Doesn't matter how long the lease is. And remember, when two laws cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. So we, as a real estate, when a real estate agent's involved, leases always need to be in writing. I don't care if it's a 1-week lease. It needs to be in writing. Even though state's contract law says that a lease doesn't need to be in writing unless it's 3 or more years. If a real estate agent's involved, don't matter how long it is, it needs to be in writing. Capiche? Capiche? Got it? All right. So, statute of frauds continued. Says that sales contracts for real estate must be in writing. Leases must be in writing if 3 or more years, and leases can be recorded if 2+ years. That means they could be added to the public record. Okay. So it's extremely risky to rely on verbal contracts. That's why we don't do it. But any individual, if they're not using a real estate agent, shouldn't either. I mean, how are you going to prove if you sign a 1-year lease with a tenant what the terms of the lease are, what the conditions are? You could claim that you went over them all, but if you don't got it in writing, good luck. Real estate licensees also follow licensing laws and rec rules that state we must have all contracts for sale or leases in writing. We have to follow real estate law 4515 and rec rules 11.5. Right? Just to clarify. All right. Now, there's different types of contracts out there. Contracts can be express or implied. They could be unilateral or bilateral, executory or executed or executory, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. Some of these terms may seem familiar to you just because you know English. It's part of the English language. But if I were to ask you and put you on the spot and ask you to define for me some of them, you may be struggling to grasp the words to actually explain them. So we're going to actually go over them and see what they mean. Let's look at it from the slide. My definitions on the slide are probably better than what they are in the book. I'll give you something to highlight in the book, but let's learn from the slide first. What is an express contract? It expresses, okay, expresses, lays out. An express contract lays out all the terms in words, leaving nothing to interpretation. Usually in writing. You're expressing your words, right? But contracts don't All right, so express contracts, it's any contract we do is going to be an express contract 'cause we always need to get it in writing. So the parties express all their terms and intentions in words. It leaves nothing to interpretation. How long the lease is, when it begins, when it ends, how much is it, what the security deposit is, where do you pay it, what's the tenant responsible for, what are they getting to actually rent. It's all fully laid out. We expressed all the terms in writing. Leaves nothing to interpretation. However, an implied contract is a contract that's expressed by one's actions rather than their words. So therefore, it can leave some interpretation sometimes. Let me give you, let me see, there's some examples here in this slide. Here's some examples for you. A lease expires, but the landlord still accepts the rental check from the tenant, but they didn't sign a new lease. The actions of the landlord accepting the check from the tenant creates an implied contract that they are okay with that tenant now remaining as a month-to-month tenant. But it leaves some stuff to interpretation. Is it all according to the same terms as the last written lease? Or have things changed? We didn't lay out all the terms in writing. We didn't express ourselves. So therefore, it does leave some stuff to interpretation, right? It's not so clear. Now, if a bank accepts a payment from an owner after a foreclosure process begins, it could be interpreted that there's some sort of a spoken agreement between the lender and the owner for alternate terms of repayment for the outstanding amount. This is why, if you fall behind on your mortgage payments, once the lender, the lender will start making collection calls all the time. Can you, hey, you're behind on your mortgage payment. We received a mortgage payment from you this month. Can you make a payment? Can you make any kind of a payment? Those calls you'll be constantly getting. But those calls will stop at a point. They will cease. And even if you were to call the lender, they would not accept any money from you unless you could pay the full outstanding amount. Reason being, that's when you know that they officially started foreclosure, because they can't accept any partial payments. Because if they did, it could be considered an implied contract if that owner went to court for the foreclosure proceeding and said, but Your Honor, I thought we had an agreement that I could get caught up when I can, paying a little bit back here and there when I can. You know, that doesn't make sense. The judge isn't going to go for that. But if you say, but they accepted a payment from me already, the judge is going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. When did you give them a payment? After they started this foreclosure process, they accepted a payment from you? It could be construed as there is some sort of an agreement. Why would the lender accept any kind of a payment from you if they're foreclosing? All right? It can be construed that way. So what do we call those kinds of contracts that are expressed by one's actions rather than their words? It's an implied contract. One that's laid out in words, it leaves nothing to interpretation, is expressed. You're expressing yourself in words, right? Difference between express and implied. Need to know it. So let's highlight an implied contract. The parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. Then we're going to highlight implied contracts. Just highlight the words implied contract, go to the end of the line, is demonstrated, highlight, is demonstrated by their acts and conduct. So one is expressed in words, the other is expressed by actions. Now contracts can also be bilateral or unilateral. Uni meaning one. So only one party is obligated, but only if the other acts. So their obligation, that one party's obligation, is also contingent upon the others. So a contract where one party has an option, any option agreement, any contract that has an option in it is a unilateral contract. And by the way, I have a little notation here. You see that little asterisk here? Option agreements can only be prepared by attorneys. We as real estate agents cannot prepare leases with options to buy. It's an option. There's an option agreement. They can only be prepared by attorneys. So, yeah, there's that. All right. Now, this is the litmus test to determine if it is a unilateral contract. If this statement applies, it's a unilateral contract. I will do this if you will do that. Okay? If indicates that somebody has an option to act. So the first party will do something, but only if the other party does something. Whereas a bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. I will do this and you will do that. If you could apply that statement, it is a bilateral contract. So, executed, okay. That's unilateral and bilateral. So, let's highlight bilateral. Both parties promise to do something. Next paragraph, unilateral. Geez, this is wordy. Unilateral is we're going to highlight, is a one-sided agreement where one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. So we highlighted that. And then they go on to tell you an option is generally considered a unilateral contract. Any contract that has an option in it, option agreements, they're unilateral contracts that must be prepared by attorneys. Let me give you an example of a unilateral contract, other than a lease with an option to buy. A law enforcement agency offers a monetary reward if you aid in the capture of a criminal. Are you required to aid in the capture of the criminal?
No.
No. But if you do, are they required to pay you the reward? Yes. That's an unilateral contract. That's one with an option to it. All right. Contracts can be executed or executory. Now, these terms, we don't really need to highlight them as much, but it is important to understand the term executed because we do use it a lot. Hey, listen, did your client execute the contract yet? What am I asking of you?
Has it been signed?
That's it. So we now have a fully executed contract? What am I asking? Has it been signed by everybody? All right, you see how I used it? Has your client executed the contract yet? I'm asking, has your client signed it? So we now have a fully executed contract. I'm asking, has it been signed by everybody? All right. But fully executed can have two meanings to it. A fully executed contract could mean that it's been signed by all parties, or it could mean that all the terms of the contract have been carried out. There's nothing left to be fulfilled. The parties have fulfilled all their contractual obligations. That's a fully executed contract. Now, executory, I've never heard this word actually used by anyone ever in the business, but I'm sure in lawyer school they teach it. Executory, that suffix tory, means it's in progress or still in progress. So all the terms of the contract have not been fulfilled yet. So they have not been carried out. That means that there's something that's still left undone. So an executory, whereas a fully executed contract, all the terms of the contract have been carried out and fulfilled. Executory contract, they have not. There's still things that need to be done. Some of the terms of the contract have not been carried out. Oh, God. All right, so what can we highlight in the book? Executed contract is one where both parties have fulfilled their promises, or fully executed contract, we should highlight the word fully, where have fulfilled their promises and thus performed the contracts. Executory contracts, when something remains to be done by one or both of the parties. Contracts, now validity of contracts. Contracts can be valid, void, unenforceable, or voidable. All right, so this slide will discuss the validity. The validity of contracts is referring to the status of them. So a valid contract is one that meets all the legal requirements. It's enforceable. What are the four essential elements of a valid contract? Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality or purpose of the contract. So that would be a valid contract. So a voidable contract is a contract where one of the parties can disaffirm it. Only one of the parties can disaffirm the contract, because it may be missing one of the essential elements, perhaps, as in a contract with a minor is the example they usually give on exam questions. Hint, 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 hint. They'll usually give you an exam question that says a contract with a minor would be an example of a valid, voidable, unenforceable, or void contract. It would be voidable. Or I could say, which one of these is is an example of a voidable contract? Select the one that says contract with a minor. It's voidable by the minor, not by the adult, but by the minor. Now, an unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. An example of that is, let's say that you got two guys. One guy wants to sell his house to the other. They signed a contract to that effect, but they're both drunk when they signed it. Were they competent parties? No. So therefore, it's not a legally enforceable contract. It's unenforceable. Neither party can sue to force performance. However, when they both sober up if they still want to be in the contract with each other, they can, and the contract is still going to be valid between the parties. But neither party can sue the other to force performance if they don't perform. You're better off just getting them to sign a contract again when they're straight. So, you as a real estate agent, you ever come over somebody's house and they're having a barbecue and they're little 3 sheets to the wind, you know? Say, enjoy your party. I'll come back tomorrow and you can sign the papers tomorrow. Okay? Don't have people signing contracts, because next thing you know, this guy's gonna be backing out of the contract. He's got a whole party full of people there that they're like, he signed a contract to sell his house? Man, he was freaking wasted. And he's got tons of witnesses there to that effect too, you know, so better off having them sign it later. Try to bail out of it gracefully without saying, ah man, you're drunk. I can't have you sign a contract when you're drunk. You know, that's kind of rude to say. So you gotta find a polite way to do it. Okay. Now, void contract is a contradictory term because it's not really a contract at all, is it? A void contract can be missing essential elements, or it could be a contract that had a voidable contract that had been canceled, would be a void contract. So void is a contradictory term because a void contract is not a contract at all. It cannot be enforced by either party because it has already been canceled or is missing essential elements to be legally enforceable in the first place. Usually, out of all of those, they usually give you a question on the voidable with the minor. All right? So, go down to the next page, 170. Oh, no, not. Nope. The bottom of the page, last paragraph, voidable. Let's highlight voidable contracts. For example, a contract with a minor. That's voidable. What would also be a voidable contract? You visit somebody in the hospital and they're injected with all sorts of painkillers. They are all drugged up. That contract's voidable. That person was not a competent party. Only that one person can void the contract. So a voidable contract is a contract that could be voided or disaffirmed by one of the parties. Contract with a minor, somebody on their deathbed, or somebody that's all drugged up in a hospital. Okay.
What if somebody had a stroke?
What if they had a stroke? Are they drugged up right now? Are they a sound mind? Are they?
If they sign over the house after they had a stroke.
These things can be argued. So you got to use extreme caution with these situations. Sometimes legal advice is better to be gotten, you know, that's not a word, when you're dealing with such issues.
No, that's happening to my cousin.
Yeah, it's not
but the lawyer, there was a lawyer present, huh?
It's not that clear cut, you know. It's hard for me to. I wouldn't be able to give an answer really on that because it depends on a lot on the situations and on a court. One court can rule it's no good. Another judge could rule that it is. You know, it's situational, and it really depends on if it goes to court what the ruling would be. You get two parties that there's always two sides of a coin, and it depends on who makes the more compelling argument, and who you're arguing it to. Are they receptive to your argument or not so much? That's why judges, sometimes their decisions, you know, they could be biased, right? We can admit that.
That's true.
Look at that. I mean, look, you got judges all the time that they're on the bench. They're supposed to be enforcing laws. A lot of times they have personal opinions. So maybe they have certain strong political opinions on certain issues. So they will rule one way or another based on their own personal beliefs and the facts of the case in one ear, out the other. You know, so it depends on a lot of factors. It depends on the facts, and it depends on who you're arguing them to.
Right.
Right? I mean, if I'm arguing the facts to somebody who's on the same wavelength of me, the odds of my winning are pretty good. Versus if they're like more on your side already of the coin on the issue at hand, whatever that issue is, my odds of winning are not so great. That's from the gate, right?
Yeah.
Validity of issues, undue influence or duress. So undue influence. Let's turn the page. Contracts signed by a person under. Yeah. Okay. So contracts signed by somebody under the influence means that they're being taken advantage of and are voidable and may be canceled by that person or by a court. Extreme care should be taken when one or more parties to a contract is elderly, sick, or in great distress, or under the influence of drugs or alcohol. To be valid, every contract must be signed as a free and voluntary act of each party. You know, I'm going to add to this definition and put that sentence there. To be valid, every contract must be what's the wording that they use? Must be signed as the free and voluntary act of each party. Use extreme caution when dealing with elderly people or those who may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Be aware of any mental disease or defect. But don't be disrespectful. Because somebody's old doesn't mean that the cheese is sliding off their cracker. Okay? It could just, you get elderly people that they're sharp as a tack. But there is also the possibility of dementia and Alzheimer's. So we need to be aware of these factors, but don't be rude, people. Okay? Don't treat people who are elderly like incompetent children. All right. So we need to be aware of these factors. Sometimes you could be having a conversation with somebody that's elderly, and they seem like their mental abilities are very acute until they tell you how last year in 1922, right?
Exactly.
There's little cues there you got to watch out for that may hint to their mental acuity, right? I've dealt with this before. Unfortunately, it is an issue. It's a sad one, but it's an issue that when we come across it, when we're trying to get people to sign legal contracts, right? And if you don't catch it and it does go by you, these contracts, your listing agreements, contracts, they could all be voided out. Why? Because they were not you didn't sign it with a competent party. That's like signing the contract with a 2-year-old, right? Not a competent party, right? Somebody who's drunk or high, not a competent party. Somebody who is insane, has Alzheimer's or dementia, not a competent party. Okay. And these can always come back later. Don't try to hold on to that contract for dear life with the death grip. Sometimes you just need to let go. Okay. I've dealt with this before. I got a listing and I was with an older lady. She was shopping with comparing real estate agents. You know, I seen that she had paperwork there from other agents. She ended up giving me the listing. I listed her property for sale, put it in the MLS. 2 days later, I get a call from some lady claiming to be her daughter, saying, yeah, that when I went to my mom's house, I saw this paperwork from real estate agents, and she told me that she has her house listed for sale. It's like, my mom's not selling her house. She's like, my mom's got dementia. I'm her legal guardian. So what should I do?
Back out.
Me as the real estate agent, what should I do? Where do I stand now? What should I do?
You have to cancel the contract, right? Because because of her medical condition. She wasn't thinking her mind wasn't, how can I say it? She didn't have a clear mind, or her mind was
You're making an
mental
awful
capacity.
Hold on a second. You're making an awful lot of assumptions based on a phone call I got from somebody who I have no idea who this
Right.
is.
You don't know who
Right.
he is. Lying.
Oh,
Right? I mean, that person who called can very well be the daughter. And it very well can be true. But as of now, I have no idea who that person was. And even if it is the daughter, maybe she just doesn't want mother selling the house because she knows she ain't going to last much longer and she's trying to keep her inheritance with that, which is that house. I don't know.
Paperwork that says that she wasn't of sound mind when she signed something.
I need something like that from her. So I actually told this lady, I said, well, I'm just going to need you to come down to the office and bring some paperwork that from a court that shows that you were appointed her legal guardian and that she's not of sound mind. And then I'm going to have you to sign the release contracts to cancel the listing. I mean, if you're her legal guardian, as you say, you should have this paperwork already, right? I mean, I'm not going to say that because that sounds kind of smart ass like. I'll say it in a nicer manner, but basically that's the point that I'm making. Okay. And so she ended up being the legal guardian and I had to cancel the contract. Yeah, what are you going to do? Sometimes it happens. Now, I had to so after that, I was always very looking close, especially when dealing with elderly people, but trying to be respectful. You don't want to disrespect anybody. So I had an elderly gentleman one time, and he was selling his house. And so I asked him when we came down to time of signing all the listing agreements and stuff, I'm like, is there anybody else that needs to sign these contracts here with you today? Now, whether there is or there isn't, sometimes I may click a memory and, the guy's like, oh, yeah. In this case, he was like, oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. He's like, yeah, my son. But let me just give him a call. He lives around the corner. He'll come and he has to sign the paperwork, too. He's like, he actually made a comment. He was like, oh, he's like, when you're younger, you're taking care of them. And when you get older, they start taking care of you. Things flip. I knew exactly what he was talking about. His son is basically his co-signer. He's his legal guardian. He has to sign documents with his father. So his father can't sign them on his own. His son needs to sign them with him. Okay. That's what his particular situation was. The guy was pretty sharp, but you could tell he was hunting around for his words, but I did not, I didn't say it in an insulting way. I did have another instance where I had a lady like that, where I asked her the same thing. I figured, I got this down now. I know how to ask this. Is there anybody else that needs to sign contracts here with you today? And she's like, what are you trying to say? She's like, she knew what I was getting at, and I was kind of busted on that, and I was like, oh, no, not at all. Are there any other owners, or you can try to backpedal it a little bit in there, but she knew exactly what I was talking about, but that's fine, better safe than sorry, right? And I didn't insult nobody, and she knew I wasn't being insulting. But you can have conversations, be personable with people like that. It's important to bring up the topic. It's important. All right, duress means force. intimidation, or bribery. You cannot force somebody or intimidate them into signing a contract. That is known as duress. Okay? So undue influence means being taken advantage of. Duress means that you are forcing them. Both situations, those contracts can be overturned legally. All right, some more legal terminology. We have dates often in contracts where things need to be accomplished by certain deadlines. However, dates, the law has shown, courts have shown that the dates that we put in contracts are merely guidelines. They are not deadlines that must be met. And if somebody misses one of these dates, these guideline dates, where tasks need to be accomplished by, they are not considered in breach of contract. These dates are merely guidelines. Okay, courts have already determined this. Courts have already established this. However, there are times where we need to get things done by a certain deadline, and it's very important. Time is of the essence. That means it's very important.
Ugh, my dad says it all the time.
So let's highlight that. Time is of the essence. Where is that? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Under performance of contracts, in the second line, we're going to highlight time is of the essence. This means that a contract must be performed within the time limit specified, and any party who has not performed on time is guilty of breach of contract. And if you're guilty of breach of contract, what does that mean? Breach of contract means that you broke the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. And therefore, you could be held legally and financially liable to the other party. So, time is of the essence. This term should be used strictly by attorneys. We as real estate agents are usually the ones that are requesting that the attorneys issue a time of the essence order, though. For example, here's a common instance where we do this, where there's where we have a buyer. They put an offer in on the property, and part of the offer, there's dates that they put in the contract. One of those dates is not just a closing date. We have inspection dates, but there's also a date where they need to get a mortgage commitment letter from their lender by. This date that they put in the contract, the buyer's agent put that date in the contract. That's the time that they need to, their guideline date that they need to produce that mortgage commitment letter from their lender, which would basically mean that the buyer had submitted a loan application to the lender, all of their financial information that the lender requested of them, like their bank statements, their pay stubs, their tax returns, and any other information that they would need, like an appraisal on the property, maybe a wood destroying insect inspection report at the minimum. And then it goes to the lender's underwriter. We call the process where the bank examines all the information about the property and the borrower underwriting when they're deciding whether they're going to grant that loan or not. Now, when it goes through underwriting, the underwriter at the bank, the lender, will determine whether they're going to grant that loan. And if they're going to grant the loan, their approval is in a written form called a commitment letter. So, if they do not produce that commitment letter by the stated date that they put in the contract, we as the listing agent would reach out to that buyer's agent and say, hey, we didn't receive that commitment letter. Can you send it over? Or do you have it yet? Sometimes that agent would just be like, oh yeah, I forgot to follow up on that. Let me check up on that. I'll get back to you. Now, let's say they don't get back to you. You follow up again, being a good agent that you are. Did you get that commitment letter yet? Oh, no, I'm waiting on the this, that, whatever. Follow up with them again if they don't get out back to you. How's that commitment letter coming along? If it starts to seem like they're jerking you around because perhaps the buyer cannot qualify for the loan and they're just scrambling, running to different lenders, putting in loan applications now, it may be time to issue a time of the essence order because that agent's not being honest with us. If that lender, if there's any problem with that buyer's side of the transaction for them obtaining financing, remember, licensing law requires us to treat each other fairly and honestly. We cannot ask a property owner to keep their property off the market when we know that we can't qualify for the loan. All right? That's not fair to everybody involved. You got to treat everybody fairly and honestly. So I will, as the listing agent, contact the seller's attorney and ask them, explain the situation and ask them to issue a time of the essence order for the mortgage commitment letter. The attorney would do that. Now you got to be careful. This is a double-edged sword, the use of this phrase. What do they mean by it's a use of a double-edged sword? Well, because if you say they need to produce the mortgage commitment letter by Monday at 2 p.m. and Monday at 3 p.m. they produce the letter, the contract has automatically been killed because they did not produce it by the deadline. Nothing else needs to be done. But can the attorneys piece the contract back together?
Yes.
Sure they can. However, the buyer wouldn't have to agree to all the same terms because the sellers killed the contract with that time of the essence order. So now the buyer can be, that's why you got to be careful. It could be a double-edged sword. That means it could cut you too. So the buyer could be like, okay, you know what? I'm still wanting to buy this property, but you were so quick to back out of it. You know what? I'll still buy the property, but I want the seller to do this or that, or I'm not going to do this or that. You know, they could start renegotiating some terms a little bit. Hey, otherwise I don't got to be in the contract. I'm not contractually obligated to you anymore, nor you to me, right? All right. So, assignment and novation. Assignments is when one party assigns their contractual obligations to another. But listen, one thing you got to remember is if you assign your contractual obligations to another, you are never relieved of your original contractual obligations to the party you signed the contract with. Here, let me give you an example. Let's say I'm leasing a property. Now, most leases usually do not allow tenants to sublet without landlord's express written permission. Okay, we call that assignment. Okay, so let's just say that I'm leasing a property, but I just found a great property to buy perfect for my business. Can I get out of this lease? Landlord won't let me out of the lease, but they may allow me to assign it if I get another tenant to take over and move in. All right. So if I find another tenant, I can sublease to them if the landlord allows it. I could sublease to them and assign my contractual obligations in a lease to somebody else. But if that person doesn't pay the rent now, am I still responsible for the rent?
Yes.
Yes, I am. That's a good example of assignment. When you assign your obligations to someone else, you always still hold primary responsibility. You are never relieved of those obligations. Is there a way that you could assign your obligations to someone else, though, and be relieved of them? Yes, it's called novation. Novation is the substitution of one contract with another. Or you could just substitute a person named in the contract with another, and that original party has no further legal contractual obligation. All right, they call that assignment of the parties when you're only replacing a person in the contract. or you could just replace the contract altogether with a new contract. That's called novation. So the book doesn't really, let's see if the book had corrected it or fixed their definitions. They always had a crappy one. Let's see if the my instructor sent them my definition at all. Let me see. In the case of assignments, the assignor maintains secondary liability if the assignee breaches the contract. A contract may be modified by novation or substitution of the new contract. Now, they still got their old crappy definition. The new agreement may be between the same parties, or a new party may be substituted for either. This is novation of the parties. So what to highlight here, just highlight novation is a substitution of a new contract for an existing one, which doesn't make sense. I think that should be with an existing one. That's it. We could also, we could also highlight, in the case of novation, the old contract has no legal force. That means it cannot be legally enforced anymore because it's been formally replaced by something else. So only the new contract has been applied. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. Novation you'll usually get on exams. See, a lot of terms in this contracts chapter, right? This is the one where you get a headache. Okay. Now here's some different ways that a contract can be discharged. You don't need to study these. Let's just listen and pay attention as we go over them. They're also in the book here under discharge of a contract. These are just the different ways. I'm just going to explain this. These are the different ways that a contract, just explain. These are different ways that a contract can be discharged. So a contract may be completely performed with all of its terms fully carried out, or it can be breached. That means broken without a good legal excuse to do so, if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there are various other methods by which a contract may be discharged. And now we go to the slideshow, and we can just read them here from the slideshow, or you can follow along in the book. Partial performance. That means the parties have only partially performed their legal obligations within the contract. They didn't do everything that the contract required them to do. Substantial performance means that when the parties performed the terms of the contract, the parties did carry out all the terms of the contract, but they didn't substantially perform. That means they didn't do everything exactly as the contract required them to. So they carried out all the terms, but they didn't do it exactly the way the contract wanted them to do. Now, let me give you an example that's not, this is not a perfect example, but let me give you one that you can maybe picture. Say that you hired a contractor to remodel your kitchen and put in those granite countertops because you wanted new granite countertops, you wanted the new cherry wood cabinetry and all that. You wanted everything new put in. So the contractor comes in and they remodel everything. They put in new cabinets, they put in new countertops. However, they weren't granite. But you still got new countertops. So they carried out everything, all the terms of the contract, but they didn't do it exactly the way you wanted them to do it. You wanted them to use granite. They used linoleum, right? So at least you get a visual there. That's not exactly this, but at least you get some kind of a visual with that example. All right, impossibility of performance when the terms of the contract cannot legally be accomplished. An example of this would be not able to get a permit to use the property, not able to get a permit to use the property for the intended purpose, or unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to the condition or some other legal condition that cannot be met. All right, that's impossibility of performance. Mutual agreement. Both parties just agree to cancel, to back out. In that case, nobody's in breach of contract, but the contract had been discharged. And by operation of law, such as voiding a contract as a result of fraud. There could be many different ways of fraud. I gave you guys an example earlier in this class. Remember I told you I met with a husband and wife to go get a listing, but the wife wasn't the wife. She was the girlfriend posing as the wife. If I didn't ask for IDs, we would have been in a pickle. So voiding a contract as a result of fraud, contract with a minor, expiration of a statute of limitations, contracts being altered without all parties agreeing to the altered terms. Basically, you need to have consent for all parties. Anytime we touch a contract and make modifications, all parties have to agree to those contract changes. If we don't get them to initial next to each change, well, the contract is void. All right, breach of contract. Now we're going to go over what happens in the event that one of the parties breaches the contract. They break the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. We will go over this right after lunch. Okay. So with breach of contract, when somebody violates the terms of the contract without a good legal excuse, they can be held legally and financially liable to the other party. So now we're going to go over what happens if the seller defaults, what can the buyer do, and then we're going to go over if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Well, in this case with the seller, if the seller defaults, the buyer can rescind or cancel the contract and recover their deposit earnest money. Okay? The buyer can sue the seller. That lawsuit is called a suit for specific performance because they're basically forcing the seller to carry out the terms of the contract as they agreed to in the contract. Okay? So that term, specific performance, add that to your definition list too. It's when one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed. When one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed. That's called a suit for specific performance. And the general rule of thumb on that is you can force a seller to sell, you cannot force a buyer to buy. Now that's, like I said, that's a general rule of thumb. Could there be circumstances where a buyer gets forced to buy? Sure, because not all judges use common sense or rule the same. So I usually say you usually cannot force a buyer to buy unless they're a moron. Now, let me explain that argument. You can't force a buyer to buy unless they're a moron. Well, when does the transfer of title take place? At the closing table, right? The seller signs the deed, the document that transfers the ownership, and they hand it to the buyer. If the buyer does not want the property, they should not accept the deed. So if the buyer's telling the seller they don't want the property, and the seller's like, they sign it and they hand it to the buyer takes it, now the seller can be like, ooh, see, you're now the owner, now you gotta pay me. Now they can sue that buyer, forcing the buyer to pay them. So that buyer's a moron, basically. If they accepted the ownership, what did you think? They were just giving you the property? If you didn't want the property, don't take the deed. Right? That's what I meant by the buyer would have to be a moron. Because this would require that the seller render the deed, the ownership, to the buyer, and then chase after them for payment. All right. Number 3, the buyer can sue for compensatory damages. That's compensation for money. So the buyer can sue for compensatory damages, forcing the seller to pay them money. Now, liquidated damages is an agreement. It is an agreement. Use this definition. If you were to write any notes, you would write this. Liquidated damages is an agreement about the amount of money that will serve as compensation in the event that one of the parties breaches the contract. That's usually the buyer. Damages are not necessarily coming from the earnest money deposits. Liquidated damages could exceed the amount of money being held as the earnest money. Earnest money is any down payment money that the buyer may have given. So liquidated damages is just the agreement on how much money to serve as compensation in the event that one party breaches a contract. Unless they also stipulate in that agreement where that money is coming from, it is incorrect to say liquidated damages is the deposit money or the earnest money. That would be the wrong answer on exam. Hint, hint. So liquidated damages is just the agreement on how much money serves as compensation. It could dictate where it's coming from, but not necessarily. It could just be an agreement on the amount. All right? We clear on that?
Yeah.
Good, because it's an exam question. Hint, hint. Now, if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Well, the seller has 4 courses of action. The seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they can, and if it was agreed they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. Once again, there's that term, liquidated damages. Do all contracts have this written in them? No. You would have to write in a liquidated damage agreement like that into the contract. Even though the book will insinuate that all contracts have a statement like this, that all contracts do not. That's why I have that word if emboldened and italicized. Now, the seller may rescind the contract. Number 2, the seller can rescind the contract as if it were never made. However, this would require the return of all the deposit money back to the buyer. 3, the seller can sue the buyer for specific performance. Once again, I already explained that one. They have to be a moron taking the deed even though they don't want the property, and then they got to pay the seller. You're not just going to take the ownership and not pay for it. Make sense? And then number 4, the seller can sue for compensatory damages as well, forcing the buyer to pay them something in damages. Okay? Y'all with me?
Yes.
All right. Awful quiet in here. All right. Statutes of limitations. Well, let's see. Under what we did so far, breach of contract, there's some things we could highlight. Certainly. Under breach of contract, let's highlight breach of contract is a violation of any of the terms or conditions of the contract without a good legal excuse. And then what I did is I will underline, or you could highlight just as a title so that you can see this is a title with asterisks on both sides of it. If the seller defaults, the buyer has 3 alternatives. Okay, just so that you can see that, or you can put a box around it with your pen or what have you. And then after number 3, there's another title there. I'm going to underline it and do the same thing. just to separate it out, to make it clear that these are two separate lists, it's not just one. Those are the titles, right? If the seller defaults and if the buyer defaults. Now, under the part for the seller defaults, we're going to highlight specific performance. To force the seller to perform the contract, i.e. to convey the property. Yeah. You know what, we could highlight court suit known as an action for specific performance to force the seller to perform the contract. All right, so we have a better understanding here. Or you could study from the slide. My slideshow definition was a lot clearer. That slideshow definition was definitely a lot clearer. All right, and then under the second section, we're going to highlight the term liquidated damages under number 1 at the end. You need to know what that term liquidated damages is. So we learned, let's see all the terms that we learned so far in this chapter, shall we? Liquidated damages. What is that? It's an amount of money agreed to in advance to serve as compensation if one of the parties breaches the contract. It could come from the earnest money deposits, but it could exceed that amount as well. So it's not necessarily earnest money. Okay, it's just an agreement on the money where that's the service compensation. A suit for specific performance or specific performance is a lawsuit where one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed. I.e., if you sue the seller, you're forcing them to convey ownership to the buyer. Breach of contract is violating the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. A strict deadline in a contract would be time is of the essence, and any party that misses any of those deadlines is guilty of breach of contract. Novation is substituting one contract for another, whereby the original contract no longer has any legal force, or substituting one person named in a contract for another. This would be called novation of the parties, where the original party would have no further legal liability. We have a voidable contract is a contract that can be disaffirmed by one of the parties. And that would be an example, that would be a contract with a minor. An unenforceable contract would be one where neither party can sue to force performance. An executed contract could mean one that's been signed. A fully executed contract could mean one that's signed by everyone, or one that all the terms have been carried out. A bilateral contract, both parties are required to do something. I will do this and you will do that. Whereas a unilateral contract, one party has an option to act and the other therefore is only required to do something if the other party who has the option exercises their option. These contracts can only be prepared by attorneys. A contract that is expressed by one's actions rather than words would be an implied contract. The four essential elements of a valid contract are competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. And the parole evidence rule says that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements. And the statute of frauds says that all real estate contracts must be in writing. Leases only are required to be in writing if they're 3 years or more, and they can be recorded if they're 2 or more. But if the question is asking you as a real estate agent, any contract that we do, doesn't matter how long it is, has to be in writing. So that's a lot of stuff, isn't it?
Yep. Mhm.
That's what we went over so far in this chapter. Okay. And a lot of that stuff is on exams. All right. So statute of limitations. Statutes. Not statue, statute. Okay, so what is a statute of limitations? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? It's a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. There's a 6-year statute of limitations for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. There is a 10-year statute of limitations for lawsuits to recover real property. How long do brokers need to keep all records for?
6 years.
6 years.
Year. All records,
No.
So, for 6 months.
except for what?
2 things for 6 months.
Expired listing.
Expired listing
And
And accepted offers.
unaccepted offers, which need to be kept for 6 months. Everything else is 6 years. It's the easy way to remember it. If you just remember it that way, everything's for 6 years except for 2 items. That's the best way to remember it. Okay. So the statute of limitations for lawsuits, for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud, 6 years, huh? Is that a coincidence, you think? That you got to keep records for 6 years? But lawsuits to recover real property are for how long? 10. So, statute of limits, let's see. Highlight statute of limitations and then highlight 6-year period applies to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud, and lawsuits to recover real property have a 10-year statute of limitations. And then turn the page. So we got a squeezy toy?
Maybe.
Yeah, I know. Okay, contracts used in the real estate business. All right, so now we're going to talk about some of the contracts, but some of the stuff you're going to notice is just going to be a recap now, some things that we've already gone over, a lot of the forms that we've gone over, the disclosures, because it talks about everything from the seller's side to how a property gets listed and offered up for sale, to dealing with the buyers, all the way up to them making an offer, and then going into attorney review, being in a legally binding contract, the disclosures we need to give to everybody, the clauses that we could add to contracts, the clauses that are required to be in contracts. That's what we're going to go over right now, right? So it's easier just to follow along in this slideshow. First of all, let's start off with this. What kind of properties can licensees prepare contracts for?
Residential.
And what's that?
1 to 4 unit. And
And single, vacant, residential, buildable lots, right?
there you go. Yep.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that bullet point says that. All right. And then it's also very important we fill in the blanks. Do not leave any blank lines. We don't write any contracts from scratch. We're not preparing contracts. We're not attorneys. These contracts have already been prepared by attorneys and approved by the Real Estate Commission for us to use. It's a universal contract for 1 to 4 families and single vacant lots. So what we do is we actually fill in the blank lines. You need to know what to fill in the lines. Don't leave any blank lines. You know why? If you leave a blank line, someone else can fill it in. If something does not apply, because this is a universal contract, if something does not apply to your particular situation, because maybe there's something there asking about renters and their security deposits and such, just write on those lines N/A for not applicable, does not apply to your situation. Okay. Commercial and industrial property sale and lease contracts are prepared by attorneys. We prepare the non-binding intent to purchase or intent to lease, which is referred to as a term sheet, where we're just getting them to sign off on all the terms, and then we give that to an attorney who will write a contract based on all the agreed upon terms. All contracts must indicate the business relationship with respect to the parties named in the document. Okay. This is going to need to be adjusted. In section 29 of the contract, which is page 184. 184, section 29. Okay. And then 26 notice, which is on page 174. All right. So, what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees? The opinion 26 notice, which is informing people of their right to hire an attorney, right? Now, in addition to that, in the contract itself, we have a disclosure of our agency relationships dictating what our business relationships are with the parties, who we're representing, buyer's agent, seller's agent, both a disclosed dual agent or a transaction broker. How do we first disclose to people who we're representing in a transaction when we start working with them before the contract?
When we obtain a listing?
Or working with a buyer? What's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with? CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. Now, don't just get groomed to remember it when I word it that way. Understand it if I worded it a different way. You know that the because what is the CIS? It's a disclosure of agency relationships. It says who our agency is representing in the transaction. So if they word it in a different way other than the way I did, see how I just asked the question and everybody was a little quiet, but then when I reworded it the way I usually explain it, everybody got it. You got groomed to it. You also got to have a working understanding of it too. Okay, it's not just memorization. You've got to also understand it. So if I worded it a different way, like they may on exam, you have to be able to pop that answer out. Okay, so opinion 26 notice has to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees. And what kind of contracts can we prepare? For 1 to 4 families and single vacant residential lots. Now, if the property was built prior to 1978, what do we need to give to the owners and the buyers or renters?
The information on lead paint?
We got to give them the lead hazard disclosure. Well, we got to give 3 things: lead hazard disclosure statement, the booklet about lead paint and other lead hazards, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection. All right, so let's see. New Jersey contract requirements. New Jersey requires the following statement be added to the top of the first page of any sales or lease contract prepared by licensees that says, this is a legally binding contract. And if you want to see where it says that, Go to the first page of this contract on page 175. You guys are on page 175? If you're on page 175, at the top of the page, underneath the New Jersey Realtors logo, what does it say?
New Jersey Realtors?
Yeah.
This is a legally binding contract, that part?
Yep, it says this is a legally binding contract that will become final within the following 3 business days. It's basically what I just read to you. Okay? That whole paragraph. Highlight that paragraph right there on the contract itself. Y'all got that highlighted? I should highlighting that too. So, that could be a test question sooner than later. Okay. So, what does it say at the top of the first page of any contract prepared by licensees? This is a legally binding contract. All right. Now, the full phrase is this is a legally binding contract that'll become final within 3 business days. During this period, you may choose to consult an attorney who can review and cancel the contract. They're talking about the attorney review. All right. So let's go to the book on page 172. At the top, under preparation of documents, this highlight: New Jersey allows brokers and their agents to complete residential and standard approved sales contracts for 1 to 4 family residences and single vacant lots. I know we went over that in like chapter 1 or something like that, but hey, a little repetition in your study is not going to hurt you. New Jersey requirements: all contracts or leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the parties have with respect to the contract named in the document. Highlight that.
What page is that again?
On page 172, under New Jersey requirements,
Yeah, I see.
it's basically the first sentence. It says all offers, contracts, and leases prepared by licensees. What kind of properties can we prepare contracts for? 1 to 4 family. Sales and lease contracts. But even in the contracts, we first disclose to people our agency relationships using the CIS form, but we also disclose it in the contract. And just about every document and every disclosure that we give to the owner or the buyer, we have a disclosure of agency relationships. What does it look like? It's a checkbox, right? With respect to the parties named in the document. Let's see. You want to see how it looks like in the actual contract? What am I, boring you? So if we go to the
No, coffee's not working today.
put the air conditioning on, have that blow on you, it'll have you shivering.
No, being cold puts me to sleep.
Right? Put the heat on. All right, let me see. Where is it in the contract? Where is it in the contract? Disclosure of agency relationships. So disclosure. that's not it. It's different disclosure in the contract. Okay, so at least we got the latest version of the contract here. Here it is. Disclosure of agency relationships can be located on page 184. There's a thing about disclosure in the slideshow. Go from the phrase to attorney review. Okay, but before we go over the attorney review, we're talking about disclosure of agency relationships. That's under New Jersey requirements. Okay, so it should be on this slide. So I'm going to add an additional thing to this slide here that says all contracts prepared by licensees must disclose agency relationships to the parties named in the document. Page 184. You could see this on line number 550, between line number 550 and 556. You see the line numbers on the left-hand side of the page?
Yeah.
They're there for a reason on legal documents. They help reference certain sections if lines are to be deleted or modified or replaced with a different statement. It's a lot easier to do by referencing the line number within the contract. And that's what attorney reviews, during attorney review, that's what attorneys usually reference in the contracts by line numbers. So when you get a contract emailed or faxed, make sure that you look at the bottom of each page and the top of the following page, and those numbers should be consecutive. If they're not, that means that there's information missing and the page was cut off. So call the other side and ask them to resend it or rescan it or what have you, because you don't have the full contract. Okay? If you want to make that, that's what you should do before you even look at the contract. Okay? Let's look at the line numbers first. So this section over here just shows you the agency relationships. All right. I'm just going to take my pen and put a bracket around those line numbers. And I'm going to write in the margin of that contract there, disclosure of agency relationships. Because that's the type of wording that they use on exams, and here you can get a visual now to see what that looks like. It's a checkbox. I represent the seller, not the buyer. The buyer, not the seller. Both the seller and the buyer, or neither. I'm working as a transaction broker. That's all that is. And look, the opinion 26 notice has that on it. Look at the first page of the before the first page of the contract. What needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees sitting on top of the contract? The opinion 26 notice. So let's look at the first page of this contract, or before the first page is the opinion 26 notice. You see what's on it? Look at number 1 section on the opinion 26 notice. That's a disclosure of agency relationships there too. Every contract, every disclosure that we have document, except for the lead paint, the federal lead paint addendum, we have a disclosure of agency relationships. Okay. And that was page 184. So when we're back on page 172, where we highlighted under New Jersey requirements, all offers, contracts, or leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the firm has with respect to the parties named in the document. In the margin over there, I'm going to write page 184, or C page 184, line number 550 to 556. You don't need my consent because I wasn't talking to you. Stop eavesdropping on me, Google. She's so annoying. All right. So what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees? Opinion 26 notice. So let's highlight that in the next paragraph. Attached to a proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice. And right above it, opinion 26. It's actually called the opinion 26 notice. Right.
Right.
So let's read this a little bit further. That needs to be included as the first page. Let me see. Figure one appropriately revised if the broker represents the buyer or is functioning as a dual agent. Okay, so basically, so when you start working with somebody, you may only be representing the buyer or you may only be representing the seller. But it turns out that they end up, let's just say you're representing the buyer or you're only representing the seller. The other party to the transaction ends up coming in and buying that property that your company already represents the other party for. Now your agency is representing both parties. So you could revise it with a new opinion 26 notice and checking off on the top of the contract there. Or you could revise it with a new CIS form as well. All right. So because the broker agent has a monetary interest in the transaction, the buyer could void the contract if this fact is not disclosed. You have to disclose your relationship, who you are representing in the transaction, and if you have any relationships to the parties in the transaction. You're helping your mother buy or sell a house, for example, or your brother or sister, etc. All right? New Jersey also requires that that language appear exactly in this form at the top of the first page of the sales contract. Let's highlight that or put an asterisk next to it. Let's put an asterisk next to that sentence. And then highlight, this is a legally binding contract. Just that. You don't have to highlight that whole paragraph. They're not going to have the whole paragraph as an answer option on exam. Hint, hint. So, how does attorney review work? Well, how long is attorney review?
3 days.
3 days, right? That's your right of rescission for resale properties too, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, you see here it says attorney review. Just highlight the title. This is how the attorney review process works. Here's a breakdown here. There's 3 parts. Part 1 is study by the attorney. They study the contract. Part 2 is the counting of time. You have 3 days to start attorney review. And then Number 3 is notice of disapproval. Basically, it works like this. When you have both the buyer and seller or tenant and landlord that sign a contract, once it's fully executed, what do you got to do?
Make duplicate copies of the original?
Good. You give them a duplicate original. You must immediately give them a duplicate original of the contract. Then what do you do? If attorney review is desired, you're going to send it to both sides' attorneys for review. Now, from the time that that contract is signed and the parties receive their duplicate original, we start the counting of time. What is the counting of time? Let's look at number 2. Counting of time basically means that you have 3 business days. So you don't count weekends or legal holidays to start the attorney review process, where an attorney can then make modifications to the contract or cancel it. If this is not done within 3 days, the contract becomes legally binding the way that it is, and no changes can be made unless both parties agree to them. Because you're in legally binding contract now. All right, so now the way it works is you send that contract out to both parties to start the attorney review process. Attorney review can be done in an hour, or it could be done in 3 months. The key to it is that the attorneys, as long as they're communicating with each other, going back and forth. So what I do is every time I prepare the contracts, I have it signed, everybody gets a duplicate original, I create a cover page that shows who all the players are. In the center of that page, I have the mortgage company, the lender that the buyer's using, the mortgage rep's name and the contact info and all that. And the left side, I'll have the buyer's info and for the buyer's agent, and the buyer's attorney. All that stuff's on the left, on one side, whichever side it is. On the right, I'll have the other party, the seller's name, the seller's agent, and the seller's attorney's info. So this way you have one convenient contact sheet, so everybody's got everybody's contact info in one place. Spend a little time doing that, putting it together. It makes life a whole lot easier. So now I'll fax or scan and email those contracts over to the attorney, whichever way they prefer. It's usually by fax. And then I will call the office. Don't leave it there. Oh, I got a confirmation page from the fax machine. Do not leave it there. Call both sides' attorneys' offices and let them know they have a new contract for attorney review waiting on their fax machine. Because, look, their fax machine could have been out of paper. They could have had a power outage or something. Whatever the excuse is, and there usually is one, because if you don't call a follow-up, I guarantee you many offices, they're like, oh, what attorney review? Until you do a call to do a follow-up a couple of days later to see how attorney review's going because you didn't hear nothing. They're gonna be like, oh, what contract? What do you? Let's take care of that now. How about we avoid that delay? Our job as real estate agents is to make sure the contract goes smoothly and everybody's doing their job. So do your job and call everybody to make sure that they got it so that they start the attorney review, and ask them if they could kindly CC, carbon copy, both real estate agents on all correspondence pertaining to attorney review, so that we're aware what the hell is going on and that they are communicating with each other. Not a bad idea, huh? Make a point of doing that all the time. Make a habit out of it. Or you could even write on the cover page of your fax that statement that I just said to you. Please CC all real estate agents, all parties in pertaining with all correspondence pertaining to attorney review. All right, and then so when the attorneys get the review, when the attorneys get the contracts, one side's attorney will send out a notice to the other that says, we're in receipt of your contract for the purchase of 123 Main Street. However, we disapprove of the contract in its current format. That's the notice of disapproval. However, pending this laundry list of attached changes here, which I am proposing, they usually propose some changes, we can conclude attorney review, and the attorney would sign and send it off to the other side. The other side reviews it. They could either accept it and sign it and you're out of attorney review, or they would make some more modifications on their own and say, we disapprove of, we received your attorney review letter, however, we disapprove of it in its current format, but pending the acceptance of our laundry list of proposed changes to the contract, we could conclude attorney review. Okay? So each party has 3 days to respond to the last correspondence. Or, if both sides agree, they can lengthen attorney review to 5, 7, or 10 days, whatever. Or they could pause attorney review until a certain happening or event. So attorney review, as long as it gets started, we get the ball rolling within 3 days. Then the other sides, the attorneys can do whatever the hell they want now with pertaining to the attorney review correspondence times and such. All right.
Victor, does it have to be sent over for attorney review? Meaning, does it have to be hand delivered or faxed? I mean, I don't know because I wasn't in my attorney's office, but it seemed like everything was happening via email.
It has to start by fax.
Okay.
Legally, attorney review, there's nothing in the law that's talking about electronic transmission. It refers to courier delivery or facsimile. That's the way that the law specifically is worded. So during that first attorney review letter, the attorney will usually write in there correspondence by email will also be acceptable if they write that in there.
Okay, so maybe that's what happened.
And then they'll start, because they may have the preferred method of by email. So the correspondence by email would then be acceptable because by law, I mean, at the beginning, you can see why it wouldn't be, because some people may not ever get it. It'll go to their spam folder or something, and then they'll be like, oh, I didn't know, I never got it, you know? All right, so, all right, so once both parties are in agreement, both sides are in agreement on all the wording for any modifications they want to make in the contract, it is said that they had come to a meeting of the minds. What is a meeting of the minds? We learned that in chapter 3. It's when both parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contracts. They're now legally binding and they can conclude attorney review. So meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on all the terms. They come to a meeting of the minds. They're aware of all the major points and key points of the contract and in agreement. All right. Okay, contracts. Once again, we're not creating contracts, we're just filling in the blank line. So using contracts and forms and listing agreements, we went over this stuff already, you know, how to fill them out and all that. I don't got to beat this dead horse again. Okie dokie. Buyer brokerage agreements. Example was that exclusive buyer agency agreement that was what, in chapter 3, was it? That was on page 40. Let me update this. Transaction broker and dual agency agreements. There was a sample disclosed dual agency agreement on page 47. However, remember there's 4 versions of that form, right? Dual agency agreements. Now the sales contract. The sales contract has no official name to it. It's not called a sales contract, a purchase contract, purchase and sale, earnest money agreement, or binder and deposit receipt. It goes by, there's a lot of variations of what people call it. There is no official name, so don't be so righteous thinking that whatever you call it is the right way. It goes by whatever, all right? The contract, let's call it the contract. How about that? All right. That's what they're talking about here in the book. Negotiate, I don't have here on the slide, but it says it also goes over the federal requirements for any property built prior to 1978 has to disclose the presence of any lead paint. You got to have that lead disclosure statement. That will be in the contract as well as in a separate lead disclosure agreement, right? Offer and acceptance, the meeting of the minds. So in contract negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted? When the person who made the offer has been notified of the acceptance of their offer. Where are we? Where are we? We are on go to page 187 now. I'm going to skip over this contract. We're going to go to page 187. And temporarily skip over the contract. Go to page 187. The sales contract, oh, that's where they talk about there's no official name to it. Under offer and acceptance. How does offer and acceptance work? And what is, when are contracts considered accepted in contract negotiations? Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes here. Offer and acceptance. So under over next to sales contracts, I just wrote in quotes, no official name. For a contract. And under offer and acceptance, let's see how this process works. Part of offer and acceptance is a meeting of the minds. Now, the way that it works, I have on this bullet point, it's probably this what you need to know for exams. In contract negotiations, an offer is considered accepted once the person who made the offer has been notified of the acceptance by their agent. Why? Because if somebody's representing you as an agent, you have fiduciary duties. The law requires you to notify your client of anything. So anything that has been told to the agent, it's as if you told that person's client themselves, because that agent has an obligation to report back to their client, correct? So that's what that statement means. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures of the contract after negotiations are not required for an offer to be considered accepted. However, it is recommended, it's a good business practice to always follow up with it. What do I mean? Look, when we're negotiating back and forth, when we finally have an agreement on the terms of the contract, boom, that's it. Contract's been accepted. When I told you that it's been accepted. But it's not a good idea to stop right there. It's a good idea now. Okay, well, if we did any modified terms to this actual written contract, let's get it in writing and both parties sign that. However, is getting it in writing, all those final terms, and signing the contract, is that required for the offer to be considered accepted? No.
No.
It's good practice, and that's what you should do. However, for exam question reasons only. When is an offer considered accepted?
When it's notified by the agent.
When the party who made the last offer has been notified that it's been
Okay.
accepted. That's it. Doesn't need to be in writing. Signatures aren't required. No deliveries of contract. That's what you should do. But to get the exam question right, when the parties simply have been notified. Okay? So, how does offer and acceptance process work? Let's read it. One of the essential elements of a valid contract is a meeting of the minds, whereby whereby the buyer and the seller agree on the terms of the sale, or it could be a tenant landlord. This usually is accomplished through the process of offer and acceptance. So a broker lists the owner's real estate for sale at a price and conditions that are set by the owner at the time that they listed the property. A prospective buyer is found who wants to purchase the property at those terms or perhaps some other terms. An offer to purchase is drawn up and signed by the prospective buyer and presented by the broker to the seller. This is known as an offer. If the seller agrees to the offer exactly as it had been made and they sign the contract, then the offer is accepted and the contract is valid pending attorney review. The broker then must advise the buyer of the seller's acceptance, obtain attorney review if the parties wish, and deliver a duplicate original of the contract to each party with all those finalized amendments. Any attempt by the seller to change the terms proposed by the buyer creates what's known as a counteroffer. I like that term, counteroffer. Okay. What is a counteroffer? Well, the buyer is relieved of their original offer because the seller has, in effect, rejected it. So if you make an offer and the seller makes a counteroffer is basically a rejection of the offer that had been made, where the seller then makes a new offer back to them. But at this point, what can the buyer do? Or what is the buyer obligated to do? Nothing. They could just walk away and not even respond to them again. Or they could accept the counteroffer, or they can make another counteroffer until one of the parties finally accepts the last offer made. Right? So that's what they talk about here. Any change in the last offer made results in a counteroffer until one of the parties finally agrees to the last party's offer and both parties sign the contract. All right. Turn the page, and we're going to highlight an offer is not considered accepted until the person making the offer has been notified of the other party's acceptance. Highlight that first sentence there on page 188. Now, above that, or in the margin, I'm going to make a note that says delivery and acceptance and signatures. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. Delivery and acceptance and signatures are not required but recommended. So when the parties are communicating through an agent or at a distance, questions sometimes may arise whether an acceptance, rejection, or counteroffer had effectively taken place. So the real estate broker or salesperson must transmit all written offers, acceptances, and other responses as soon as possible to avoid any such problems. But technically, in negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted? Upon notification, verbally. That's it. Okay? That would be the correct answer for the exam. Legally binding signatures may be obtained via fax machines, but they should be followed up with the original signatures as soon as possible. See, if attorneys write it into review, that would be illegal. Or check this out. Remember I told you a couple of years ago, the governor signed into law digital signatures. If you're using digital contract signatures, they are considered legal as well. We do everything in writing. Well, look, sometimes we could do it by, okay, there's a question posed here. When a potential buyer makes an offer, does the offer have to be in writing or is it verbal? I like to get everything in writing, and I like to make everything in writing. I don't like verbal stuff back and forth. First of all, the contract itself has to be in writing, but the negotiations back and forth can be verbal. Okay, but I don't do that. I do everything in writing. If somebody makes an offer or a counter offer to me, if it's not in writing, it's fishing, right? So I don't like when people fish for offers. I say put it in writing, make it count. You know, you don't put it in writing, that's not an offer. Put it in writing. Because if you just keep doing it verbally, I've come across some cheap son of a guns that will annoy the hell out of you. Where, you know, you get some people, they want to negotiate on the price. They want to negotiate down on the price a bit. They want to see how low they could get away with. And they don't want to really pay anything higher than that. So they'll be like, how much will your client accept? I can't tell that. Put your highest and best offer and put it in writing. And they go, okay, instead of 300,000, what about 270? Not even close. What about 271? Still a mile away. What about 272?
Oh my
273.
God.
That's when you tell them to go where they could go. You know? That's fishing. You know what? They're less inclined to do stupid crap like that if you tell them to put it in writing every time. Right? Their agent's not going to want to write that contract up 50,000 times like that. And if we do come across somebody like that, I mean, I would hate for that to be my client. But if I'm on the other side of it there, listen, I would hate for it to be my client. And therefore, I would advise that an annoying person that they should not do that, that they should make a legitimate offer, a serious offer, because the other side's going to get annoyed by you. And they're going to tell you where you could shove your offer, that even if you make a full price offer, they're not going to want to deal with your bullshit. Because they know that if they accept an offer from you, you're the type of person that when it comes to home inspections, you're going to be wanting to renegotiate the whole entire deal. If I was the listing agent, that's how I'd be advising my client. I'd be like, don't even deal with this guy. Because this is the type of person that you're going to have problems with in the transaction when it comes home inspection time. Okay. And I've seen it time and time again. I could read people like that. I've seen it. I've seen it many times. Ultimately, it's up to your client to decide what they want to do. Maybe they want to go back and forth. Now, negotiations is very common in some cultures too. I come across a lot of Indian families that do this, you know, because it's very common to negotiate. It's a cultural thing, you know, it's a common thing, you know. We may find it a little bit annoying, you know, But in their culture, you go to the market, you're negotiating on everything, So it's like an everyday occurrence, Although we here find it kind of annoying. Trying to negotiate everything, Now,
Just go behind them at a Walmart.
no, well, hold on a second. I don't want to say them because look, this is
I mean, I know what you,
yeah, I know. Anybody can do this. Anybody.
because they come from a barter system. That's where
But you
they
see
came
it-
from, a barter system.
Yeah, you see it in some cultures. It's a little bit more prevalent, but you could see a lot of people do things like this. But listen, don't get me wrong. I've had some. I'm not singling out Indian people here. I'm just saying that you could see it. It's more prominent in their culture. But I've come across Indian clients that they don't negotiate. That they're just like, bam, here's the highest and best price. I know I'm not playing that bullshit game, And I've had some that were awesome clients, So they're people just like us, Some of them they deal with the negotiation. They're penny pinchers, and other ones that they're like, this is a business transaction. If you want to get anywhere, you gotta. It's a case by case on each person, I'm just saying it happens. Okay, there we go. Anyway, be prepared for it because we are in real estate. This is our job. We get people from all different kinds of backgrounds. We need to be aware of the cultural differences. Okay, we can't be talking with clients and the public about those cultural differences. I can with you here in a classroom because look, we need to be aware of what we're in for here so that you're not shocked of anything. Look, here, let me give you an example of how to save yourself a lot of time. Now, anybody can follow these principles. However, you see this a lot in Asian culture, which includes anybody with the Indian community. It's referred to as Vastu. In other Asian cultures, it's referred to as feng shui. Okay, so look, you could be somebody. You don't have to be Asian in order to be into feng shui principles, right? But it's more prominent amongst Asian people from the Asian region, right? So one thing you got to be aware of so that people are not wasting your time. Right off the bat, if somebody's Asian, no matter what background from Asia, where in Asia, I always ask them, does it matter to you what direction the front door is facing?
Right.
Listen, I'm giving you a huge tip here, huge time saver, huge aggravation saver, because some people it's their religion, some people it's feng shui principles. It's just a good practice.
Right.
If they follow these principles, you could show them, and you're not aware of it. You could show them 100 homes that exceed what they're looking for, and it's in a price range that they want. But the only reason why they're not buying is because the front door is facing the wrong direction. You may be like, well, that's stupid. Well, it doesn't matter what you think because you're not the one buying it. They are. We, as the real estate agents, need to be
It's a strong
aware
belief.
of what is important to our clients. No matter if you think it's dumb or not, I just need to be aware if it's something that's important to them. That's the message I'm trying to convey to you guys here.
I believe in feng shui.
Yeah. So, well,
Good.
some people do, some people don't, and for different reasons too. Some people, it could be a religious thing, like dealing with like when Indian families come to me and that's important to them. Well, for them it's not feng shui; it's called Vastu, okay,
Right.
in their culture. And for Vastu, it could be like you could have somebody that comes to you and says, well, my guru advised me that the front door should be facing this direction or that direction. The number of the house cannot start or end in this certain number. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Or here's another one. This isn't just for Vastu. This is also for Feng Shui. If there is a tree directly in front of the house, they won't buy it. If the architectural style shows that you know, where the roof slope is down. If the
Mhm.
rafters are exposed, you know, and the beams are exposed they're like poking out, which is a style, they won't buy it because it's got sharp edges and it's bad luck or whatever. However, there's ways around that. You can soften the soffit by putting a board over it this way, and it softens it, and there's no more sharp edges, you know. So there's workarounds for some of these things too. Okay. Here's another thing with Vastu and Feng Shui. A lot of the principles are the same. If you open the front door and you can see the kitchen from the front door, they won't. You can see the back door from the front door to the back door, they won't buy it. If when you open the front door, the stairs are immediately going upstairs are immediately right there behind the front door, they won't buy it. You know, the it doesn't matter to us whether you agree to these principles or not. We just need to know what's important to our clients. Okay? It'll save you a lot of time. I did this one time showing these people, must have been about 50 homes, and I'm like, what the hell? All these homes are meeting their requirements. This last house that I'm showing them, these three guys, they're huddled around, 3 or 4 guys that I'm showing. It's like the family, you know. They're huddled around their cell phone. They're like this, you know, all like all secretive talking. I'm like, what you guys doing over there? You know? And they're like, oh, we're looking at the compass. Why? Oh, we want to see what direction the front door's facing. Why? Oh, because the front door has to face this direction or that direction, otherwise we can't buy the house. You think you could have shared that with me a while ago? You know, maybe I could have filtered out some of the homes that I showed you. Maybe I could, before I make an appointment, I could put the address in Google Streets, pull it up, and look at the compass to see what direction the damn front door is facing. Right? Now, it's not the direction of the front of the house. It's the direction the front door is facing. But sometimes the front door is like on the corner of the house too. So it's not the direction the front of the house faces, it's the direction that the front door faces. And the way that you check this out is when you have a compass. Yes, you should have a compass. I have a compass app on my cell phone too. Look, I got a folder on my cell phone entitled Real Estate Apps. I have my Realtor RPR here. I have a basic calculator. I have the Truth Offender Sex Finder app. I have a Supra E-Key. I have my Garden State MLS and Middlesex County, Central Jersey MLS, Monmouth Ocean MLS. Oh, I don't have that one in here. I got to add that in here. The Flex MLS for Monmouth Ocean. Photify and some other analytical stuff I have here. So I will pull up what I have, my compass app. You can have any app. I pull up one that's called Vastu Compass, my Vastu Compass. Okay? And it's got menus up top here that shows you all kinds of things. If you want to check out the Feng Shui or the Vastu principles on the interior, you click on the interior. If you're in a children's bedroom, and it'll tell you, is this good? Is that bad? You know, which direction something is facing, okay? So you put on the compass, and it tells you usually what directions are good. I tell you what, if it's east, I don't care what culture, what have you, east is always the best, all right? One thing they don't like is south. The house is facing south, no. North, sometimes yes. West, not as often. West isn't as desirable. North and east, or east, and this is the desirability order. East, north, then west, and then south. Okay? So south is the worst. West is still kind of but east definitely they'll buy, and north is good too. And in between, northeast, northwest, okay? Southeast,
Nothing south.
all right? So much so that architectural designers now are consulting with feng shui real estate experts before they even design buildings now.
That's a great idea.
All right. You as a real estate agent, look, I have a class that I've taught in for CE called Feng Shui for real estate agents.
I
Okay.
like that.
These are just some of the classes I try to put together that are useful to agents too. Okay. All right, so let's see. Earnest money security deposits, also referred to as good faith deposits. Is an offer valid if the buyer did not accompany it with a $1,000 customary good faith deposit?
Yes.
It is. The offer still is valid, even if no good faith deposit is included. However, if no good faith deposit is included, are you really acting in good faith? I try to advise my clients not to consider offers that are not accompanied by a minimum $1,000 good faith deposit, or at least an offer with a writing in there that the $1,000 good faith deposit will be immediately deposited if the offer is accepted. Okay, because otherwise it shows that to me, it doesn't show that they're operating in faith. They could be making offers on 10 different properties, seeing what sticks, and then just walking away from the rest of them. The purpose of any good faith deposit is to try to ensure that that buyer is serious with their intentions to proceed in that transaction, and they're not going to back out of it. If they're in breach of contract, they could just walk away and there's nothing. But if they had a good faith deposit, the seller can try to make a claim on that money. So it does show their good faith. I've had offers accepted because the good faith deposit was significantly higher. Even though in the end, the seller's still getting the same amount of money. So it's customary, but not essential for a purchaser to provide a cash deposit or a check when making an offer to purchase real estate. The cash deposit is commonly referred to as earnest money or good faith deposits. Highlight earnest money or good faith deposit gives evidence of the buyer's intention to carry out the terms of the contract. So therefore, the more money you put down shows your intentions are greater, right? So this deposit is given to the broker, and the sales contract typically provides that the broker or seller's attorney holds that deposit money until closing. Yeah, it goes into your broker's escrow account. How soon do we need to put it there?
As soon as you make the offer?
The broker has to deposit it within 5 days, but the salesperson has to give it to you ASAP.
Correct. So when your client gives you money, you got to immediately give it to the broker. The broker has 5 days to deposit it in the escrow account after they do their accounting notations in the escrow books. 5 days from the time that you, their agent, receive the money. That's what the law requires.
Does the attorney ever hold escrow?
Yes, they could. We could stipulate instead that the attorney is going to get the hold on to the escrow. Sure. I've sometimes had it in our escrow account, but then the other side's attorney requested that they want to hold on to the money. So the amount of the deposit is a matter to be agreed upon by the parties. Generally, the deposit should be sufficient to discourage the buyer from defaulting and to compensate the seller for taking their property off the market, cover any expenses the seller might incur if the buyer does default. A purchase offer with no earnest money, however, is valid. Most contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. No, they don't. Most contracts do not say that. They would have to specifically word that. So it should say contracts may provide. Okay. Put another note there for this manufacturer writer. So Contracts may. Not must. Okay. So highlight in there, contracts provide that wait, actually no. Yeah, contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. Is earnest money deposit liquidated damages? No. Liquidated damages is just an agreement on how much money serves as compensation. Unless you actually write in the contract that the deposit money is to serve as liquidated damages, it will not. You have to specify that. So we had this in the earlier chapter, but we could highlight it here too about the escrow money. Highlight earnest money, the first sentence here, earnest money must be deposited by the broker within 5 days in a special trust or escrow account. Continue highlighting. This money cannot be commingled or mixed with the broker's personal funds. A broker may not use such personal funds or such funds for personal use. This is an illegal act known as conversion. Yeah, because if the broker's spending your money for personal use, conversion, a fancy way of saying you're stealing my money, right?
Where are we? What page?
188.
Oh, okay.
That's a red flag.
Yeah. Yeah. So they call it conversion because when the broker spends your money, they're converting it to theirs.
That's scary.
Yeah. Well, what happens if this happens here? What can the buyer do? If the seller spends if the broker spends the client's money, what can that buyer do?
Consult an attorney?
You don't got to consult an attorney for this at this point. What can you do? Not yet. You could file a claim against the guarantee fund. What's the purpose of the guarantee fund? To reimburse those who have been wronged or robbed by their broker or any of the broker's licensed or unlicensed assistants. You could file a claim against the guarantee fund for up to how much money reimbursement?
$20,000.
$20,000 per offense, right? But you have to first sue. You got to sue that agent, that broker. You got to name the real estate commission as party to the suit so they're aware that something's going on. Then if you can't collect on the judgment, you could file a claim against the guarantee fund, but only after you then file criminal charges against the person who took your money. And then what happens to the licensee's license if there's a payout from the guarantee fund?
It gets revoked.
It's revoked. All right. How long does somebody have to file a claim against the guarantee fund?
I want to say 6 years, but I don't think
It is 6 years. All right. And then go down to the very last line and highlight in the next paragraph here, which is just a sentence. Any cash deposit of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Does a broker have to have a special escrow account, a separate bank account for each
Yes.
client's money?
No.
No, it's just one.
They can have one. Correct. They can have one bank account as long as they keep the escrow books in order, referencing how much money each person has and for what property, what transaction, etc. That's fine. All right. So here's the basic anatomy of the sales contract that they list here. Things that have to be listed in sales contracts. Contracts have to be in writing. You got to have competent parties, an agreement to buy and sell, adequate description of the property, consideration. The grantor has to agreement to convey what type of deed they're conveying. some of these things we didn't learn about yet. Place and time of closing, the date that the mortgage commitment letter has to be there by if they're getting a loan, signatures by both parties, and usually included but not essential for a valid contract include listing of any encumbrances which the deed is subject to, earnest money deposit amounts, mortgage financing the buyer obtains, and any contingencies for it. Unless it is for, if the buyer is using an FHA or VA loan, the law requires that an additional document be added to that contract, and it's called the special amendatory clause. We need to know this. We get this, it'll say this a little bit later here in this chapter. What is the purpose of the special amendatory clause required for all FHA and VA loans? I'm going to open it up and I'm going to show you it right now. But the purpose of this document is to make sure that, or clause, is to ensure that if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, that the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. All right, so special amendatory clause. This is it here on screen. Okay, this is a special amendatory clause. It says, here we go, FHA VA amendatory clause. It basically says that if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the amount that they write in here, that the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. And the seller and the buyer and their agents, respective agents, have to sign it. Warning, it is a crime to make any false statements to the United States on this or any other similar form. Penalties upon this fine and imprisonment. Okay. So, what is the purpose of the special amendatory clause required for all FHA and VA loans?
So that they can get, out of the contract if the property's not appraised for the value or for what they're offering.
Yep, it says the buyer can get out of the contract and not be considered in breach of contract if the house is not appraised for the purchase price. Yeah. All right. So the parts of the sales contract, all these items, we just went over. All right, so contingency clause, what is a contingency, period? So we're on page 189 now, under contingencies. A contingency is a happening which the contract is dependent on or subject to. Sometimes you see this word, that's a very powerful phrase right there, subject to. It's subject to something, all right? Is whatever it's subject to, is that an opportunity, a reason for the contract to be canceled? Yeah. If whatever doesn't happen, then this contract is subject to the house appraising for the house appraising for the purchase price. Subject to a home inspection where that's not in a flood zone and that there's not any major damages or whatever, and if there is, we can negotiate on fixing some of that stuff. Subject to my relatives giving approval because they're helping me with the money to buy the house. So it's subject to my relatives walking through the house and giving their approval too. In those situations, you're better off not writing that in the contract. You're better off getting those relatives through the house before you ever write the contract. Here's a little tip. When you write contracts, you want to submit them as contingency-free as possible. Because if I see a laundry list of contingencies other than the normal standard ones, these are all opportunities for the buyer to get out of the contract. And if we have a multiple offer situation where one contract is full of contingencies and one has none, which is the better offer? The one with none, right?
Yeah.
So when we tell people to make their highest and best offer, there's a meaning to that. There's a reasoning for that. It's not, the highest offer is not always the best offer. You can have somebody make a high offer, but it's loaded with all kinds of contingencies. That may not make it the best. Okay? So if those terms are not met, they could get out of the contract without being in breach. Agents should address and remove contingencies as soon as possible. If there are contingencies in a contract, they should remove those contingencies and address them as soon as possible. Like after we get out of attorney review, order the home inspection and the appraisal. Okay? So you want that home inspection to find out if there's any major issues with the house. You want to then contact the lender to order and pay for that appraisal. The buyer's going to have to pay for that appraisal. They got to pay the appraiser before they do that appraisal. Now, if it's an FHA or VA loan, a special contingency clause has to be added in. Things like approval by family member that's helping out with financing or down payment. Purchase, when the purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home. If they don't sell that current home, they can be able to afford 2 homes? Probably not.
No.
So our job, if you're representing the buyer in this situation, if they had not sold their home yet, you should always put in a, we should always put a home buyer's sale clause. Just making up a name, there's no official name for that. A home buyer's sale contingency basically says this purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home at 123 Main Street that is currently under contract with an anticipated closing date of ... Don't just say it's contingent upon the sale of our current home. Because if I'm the listing agent, I'm going to be like, well, is the property even on the market yet? Right? Now, if I'm the listing agent and you are representing your buyer and you put in that buyer's home sale contingency clause like that, there's no other offers on the table. We may consider it. But I'm going to advise the seller then to add in an escape clause, or to insist that the buyer add in an escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. As you see, I have bold here on this slide. Escape, kick-out, or knockout clause would benefit the seller. How? Well, it says that if a buyer insists on putting in that contingencies, or the house purchase is contingent on the sale of their current home, I'm going to want them to write in there, we're going to accept that contingency, provided that we add in an escape clause that says the seller is allowed to continue marketing the home for sale. We'll accept this offer, but we're going to continue marketing the home for sale. And in the event we get another offer in that's in writing that's acceptable to the seller, we will go back to the buyer who we currently accepted their offer and ask them to remove their contingency. If they don't, we could cancel the contract with them so that we could accept the other contract and not be considered in breach. That's the purpose of the escape, kick out, or knockout clause. So who does it protect? Who does an escape clause or a kick out or a knockout clause protect?
Us.
Huh?
Us.
The seller?
Seller.
The seller. It protects the seller. So here, I have this whole situation explained here in these two points right here. Okay. this is usually on an exam question. Now, the expiration of a buyer's lease, the property could be subject to the buyer's current lease. Maybe they're leasing somewhere and the landlord won't let them out of the lease. So the purchase is subject to the expiration of their current lease. Or subject to the buyer getting a permit to use the property for a certain purpose, like if it's a commercial property and I want to put a certain type of business in there. It's always wise to add into the contract, but we don't add that into the contract. Attorneys do, because commercial properties, we don't prepare the contracts, right? But a use permit for the property, or subject to a building permit. Like if you want to buy land, you want to make a good offer on that land, provided you could put 6 houses on it. But can you get the permits to put 6 houses on it? Well, this may require public hearings and all kinds of other stuff. So we're going to make an offer on that property, but we're not going to buy it. We're going to make that offer contingent upon or subject to being able to get the permit from the municipality to build what it is that we want to build, where we want to build it, right? These are smart ways to form your contracts. Or subject to a third-party approval, like a short sale would be subject to the. You could just write subject to third-party approval, like the seller's lender, or a bankruptcy court, the judge's approval. So we don't know always who that third party is. It may not be a bank; it could be another lender. So I just like to use the term more generic. Subject to purchase is subject to third-party approval. You know. So, under contingencies in the book, when the purchaser intends to secure a FHA or VA loan, a special clause must be included in the sales contract that provides that the contract may be voided if the property appraises below the sales price. Highlight that. Definitely going to be on exam. Without a doubt, you're going to see that on exams.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed that. What are we highlighting?
Under contingencies, the first sentence
Okay.
on page 180.
When the purchase.
Yep.
When the purchaser intends. Okay.
Yep. Now, in some transfers, most, a certificate of occupancy inspection and fire inspection from the municipality is required. Now, that's always the buyer's responsibility, always. But if they're doing a short sale, the seller can be like, I'm sorry, that's always the seller's responsibility. In case I said buyer there, that's always the seller's responsibility. But maybe the seller's saying, hey, I can't earn a penny of profit. I'm not dumping any more money into this property to do any repairs required in order to get the permit. So we're going to say that the buyer's responsible for CO and fire certificates. Okay, well, that's acceptable. You can put that in there. So the contract should state who's responsible for getting it. If you don't, it's the seller's responsibility. All right, so in the second paragraph here, you see where it says escape clause in bold. We're going to highlight where the purchaser has another home that must be sold first. The seller may insist on an escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. And then it just goes on explaining what that is. If you wanted to highlight the whole definition, you could highlight to the end of the paragraph. Who does an escape clause, kick-out clause, or knockout clause protect?
Seller.
The seller. So, contract contingencies, we have FHA and VA loans, subject to engineering reports, escape clauses, liquidated damages. These are all clauses that we could add into the contract. Short sales. These are all contract contingencies, subject to, I put a laundry list of contingencies right here already. Okay? Additional contractual issues. New Jersey has something that's called a plain language requirement, which is probably not in the book here anymore. Oh, before we get to it, all the way down the bottom of the page, 189, highlight liquidated damages. Is an amount of money agreed to in advance by the buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. Turn the page. Oh, they added a blurb. Okay. This used to, not even in the last version, but the previous version of the book, there used to be a half a page on this. Now it's just reduced to a little blurb because it's kind of nonsense really at this point. New Jersey has something, a plain language requirement that says all real estate contracts have to use plain words that are common in the everyday English language that do not have a separate legalese meaning to them. But that only applies to properties valued under $50,000. So therefore, that's not a whole lot of properties in New Jersey, right? So, rescission of
Why is that?
Huh?
Why is that? Why is there, I guess, a difference
Well,
between $50,000 property?
I don't know. It only applies to properties under 50,000. Anything over 50,000, hey, get an attorney, because they could use contracts with words that have certain legalese, which means that they have alternate legal meanings to them. So
No, I get that. I was just wondering, like,
Why?
what's the difference? If you're gonna do it on one, you should just keep it the
I-
same, right?
I really don't know. Not an attorney, and I don't claim to be. All right. Option agreements. They must be prepared by attorneys. And what kind of contracts is an option agreement? Unilateral, right? Land contracts is the last thing. It's a type of seller financing where the buyer has equitable title. We're going to get into that more in a second in detail. So, full explanation coming up. Explain. Explanation. I really like that spelling I did. All right. The word rescission. We learned about this. We had this slide in chapter 2. I copied it over to here. This is the same slide we had in chapter 2, where I gave you one slide. This is an excellent slide to study from all the different rescission periods. First of all, what does this word rescission mean? It is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So, what is the right of rescission for for new construction of out-of-state properties marketed in New Jersey to New Jersey residents? 7 days. What about for new construction for large in-state subdivisions with 100 units or more, or if it's less than 100 units, there's common area elements involved? 7 days as well. What about for new construction as well? For the discovery of off-site conditions, factors that are not on the subject property, there's a 5-day right of rescission. There's a 3-day right of rescission for resale properties, not new construction. That's your attorney review period. And then for mortgage contracts, mortgage financing contracts, not purchase contracts, mortgage financing contracts. For refinancing, there is a 3-day right of rescission. And for purchase money mortgages, it's 0. There is no right of rescission. What is a purchase money mortgage? Once again, read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. It's a category of loans. It's any loan used to buy real estate. The reason why there's no right of rescission to back out of those, well, don't sign the loan documents if you don't want the property. Because once you sign those loan documents, the money is released to pay the realtor's commissions and everybody else. That money gets spread out. It pays off the seller's current loan on their house if they have an outstanding balance. Seller gets their proceeds. Real estate agents get their commission. That money gets spread out so many different ways, it's impossible to claw it back. All right? Good slide. Land contracts. Oh, this will be on exams. You need to understand what a land contract is. Land contracts. So, highlight the title, land contract, in the book on the bottom of page 190. Okay, what does highlight here? Real estate sale contract, land contract. Okay, so highlight a land contract is sometimes called a contract or deed or an installment sales contract. You know what? Forget about contract or deed. Highlight land contract is sometimes called a installment sales contract. Land contracts are typically used as a means of seller financing. And then go down and highlight the word equitable title. Actually, you know what? Highlight that whole sentence, the equitable titles in. Good. They put a better sentence here now. Although the buyer obtains possession when the contract is signed by both parties and the buyer has equitable title, the seller does not execute and deliver the deed to the buyer until the terms of the contract have been satisfied. That's a better definition. They improved that. Okay. We used to have a crappy one. Still not great, but better. Study my slide instead. What is a land contract? Well, first of all, I state something here because a lot of times people confuse the two. This ground lease we're going to be learning out in the next chapter. But do not confuse a land contract with a ground lease. A land contract is a type of seller financing, which is also known as an installment sales contract, basically lease to own, where the buyer makes payments in installments and they wait for the deed. Okay? Lease to own. Buyer makes installment payments and waits for the deed. Okay, so basically the owner does not turn over the deed until the full purchase price or an agreed upon amount has been paid. So that's why they say it's a type of seller financing. Okay, your typical seller financing works just like with a bank. If you get the loan from the bank, you get the deed right away. You're the owner right away, and you're just making the mortgage payments to the seller, who's acting like your bank, right? With a land contract, it's another type of seller financing where they do not give you the deed until you paid off the full amount owed. You make the mortgage payments just like you would normally would. However, the seller does not give you the deed until you paid off the full amount owed or you reached a certain payoff amount. And then they'll hand you the deed, but you continue paying until everything's paid off. So until the buyer pays off the full amount, they do not they do have an ownership interest through the payments. Okay, well, they are not the owner yet. So until the buyer pays off the full amount owed, they do not get ownership. They do not get ownership. However, they do have an ownership interest through the payments they've been making called equitable title, even though they don't own the real estate yet. All right. So,
Can I ask you a quick question?
sure.
If you, I just want to know, can they kick you off? I mean, can they like,
I'll get to it.
okay.
So let's first get to this term equitable title. We already know what the word title means, right? What is title?
Proof of ownership.
No, it's not proof of ownership. It's just a word that means ownership. Okay. Since you said that, I'm going to ask the other question. Since title means ownership, how do we transfer title, meaning ownership?
Through a deed.
Through a deed of conveyance. A deed is used to transfer one's right, interest, or ownership in real property. Now, is a deed proof of ownership? No. There are 4 evidences of title. What are the 4 evidences of title? Abstract of title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title, title insurance policy, or a Torrens certificate, which is not used in New Jersey. Those are the 4 evidences. All right. So title means ownership. This is talking about equitable title. What does the word equity mean? I have a definition on the bottom of this slide that says equity is the difference between the market value of the property and what's owed on it. So you have various ways that you could build equity in a property.
Right.
Through your periodic payments that pay down the debt, building up more equity. If the property values go up, you build equity. Or if you do improvements to the house or property that increases the value, you build equity. Right?
It depends on what kind of improvement, right?
Well, if that improvement raises the value of the property, generally improvements do, okay? So if the improvement raises the value of the property, then yes. So equitable title in this case means that you're not the owner of the property, but you have been making mortgage payments on it, building up equity. So you do have a financial ownership interest in the property, even though you're technically not yet the owner. So, Terry, the question you asked, can they evict you if you stop paying, like a renter? Because this is kind of like a rent-to-own situation, isn't it? Isn't a land contract? It's basically an installment sales contract. You're making payments in installments and waiting for the deed. It's like a rent-to-own. So, yes and no. Sorry for being so vague. Yes and no, in that you can get evicted, but not as easy as a typical tenant because you have a financial interest in purchasing the property. However, it's easier to evict you than if you were an owner who was not paying your mortgage, but harder to evict you than if you were just a simple regular tenant. So you're somewhere in between, because in order to kick you out when you haven't been making your mortgage payments, you got to get foreclosed on. Land contract, you don't get foreclosed on because you're not the owner. They need to evict you. But if you go to regular landlord-tenant court, they're not going to deal with this there because it is a little more complex than a simple landlord-tenant issue. All right? Because you have a financial interest in trying to purchase this property. So they're going to kick it up to a different court. All right? So that's what I mean by yes and no.
Because, I was thinking about how, I can see somebody putting a mobile home on a piece of land and they're paying on this land. And then all of a sudden, they get evicted because they're not paying, and then they have to move, and so that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whether it's a mobile home or it's a fixed home on the property, you know, the concept is still the same. You were making payments to buy the land, right? To buy the property, the real estate. They can't evict you as easy as a tenant because you were trying to purchase it. You made payments towards purchasing it, right? Now,
Right.
so what if you're not making payments now? What happens to all those payments that you made towards purchasing it? Do you get that money back? How does that get handled?
When
I
you
don't
get
know.
it back? Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the way the attorneys wrote up this purchase contract agreement in a land contract. And because of that, it's a big void. It's a big wide open void that I don't know. They could have wrote anything in that contract. So I really don't know. So don't ask me any particulars about how this works because each one of these contracts would be custom. So I don't know. It depends on how the contract's written up.
I guess that's why you need a good attorney, and you need to, read the contract before you sign
For
it.
seller financing stuff like this, for the rent to own stuff, yeah, it's very complicated. Rent
Yeah.
with the option to buy, kind of
Yeah.
like a land contract, you mean? Or they refer to it as an installment sales contract. You see how we're starting to build a story with a lot of these different terms that we've been learning already?
Right.
Okay, so that's why we first learned some of the basic concepts and some of the words, and then we put it into a scenario so you get a better understanding of it.
Okay.
There we go. All right, the sales contract. All right, so we pretty much finished this. What we're going to do right now is we're going to go and do the key terms to review. And then we're going to back up and I'm going to actually fill out the contract with you. Not the whole contract, but the important parts of it. Okay? Plan? Plan? Good plan?
Okay.
Okay. Don't sound so excited. This is the good stuff here. When you're writing contracts, that means you're about to make some money.
Hey, I have a question for you. On the ebook, you can't write on sample contracts and that type of stuff?
You can't?
No. If we're supposed to be filling it out, can you email me a copy so I can print it out and write on the hard copy?
Can you print it at all from the ebook?
Let me see if I can.
Are you unable to write in the book?
Yeah, I can't. I don't. I
The
have.
ebook allows you to type stuff, but she said it doesn't allow
It
you
lets
to.
you. It lets you highlight, but it won't let you
Oh,
highlight that kind of stuff. And anything that I have to write that you say underline, I have to put it on a different paper.
You know,
she has an ebook, sorry.
you know, I'm really, I'm gonna have to, after I do this, go through this whole book and do all my highlights and stuff, just like you guys with all the notes on it. I really got to scan like every page and have it in one PDF document, you know, that I guess, because the ebook is a new thing. I never used it before. I just have it as an option now for people who didn't have an opportunity to pick up their hard book, or that when they're far away and it's not feasible thing for them to drive all the way here to get it. That we offer that as an option, but I've never used it before, so I don't know about that. You said that they also don't have page numbers?
They do, but they're off of what yours is.
Oh, really? They're
So
off?
it's like, I mean, almost the whole chapter is on like one or two pages, or at least on my screen. But I mean, it's different. Like it took me a while to find them, and then when I found them, but they're like a page.
You're
like
a little
one-
bit off because the formatting, because you got a little bit more room or a little bit less room on those pages.
Right.
I'm not sure, right? So that's
Yeah,
the difference. Yeah.
They're like a page or two ahead of you.
Oh, so they're a little. So the page, you could put less on each page, then I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
It won't let me print it.
Where's my whiteout? I'm whiting stuff out in this book too already. Damn it. Oh, man. Ran out of whiteout. Look at that. Okay, good. At least I had a spare. All right, so let's see. All right. Agreement between two parties to perform some legal act.
Contract?
7 is A, a contract. Violation of a contract.
Breach of
Breach
contract?
of contract?
Breach of contract, 3 is B. Buyer's deposit with the purchase contract.
Earnest money?
Earnest money.
9 is C, correct. Certain happening on which a contract depends.
Contingency?
Contingency.
6 is D, contingency. Contract not put into words, but shown by actions.
Implied?
Implied.
15 is E, implied contract. A contract set down in so many words.
Express contract.
14 is F, express contract. A contract that has been fulfilled.
Executed contract.
12 is G. A contract that has not yet been performed.
Counteroffer? No.
Accusatory.
A contract that has not yet been performed. There's still things that
Executory?
need to be done. Executory.
Executive.
13 is H. A contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral contract.
Bilateral contract, 2 is I. Interest acquired by buyer with a land contract. Just went over it.
Land contract.
Land contract?
Equitable title.
Equitable title, 10J. The interest that's acquired. All right, 10 was J. Offer returned to the buyer with changes by the seller.
Contingency?
Counter offer.
Oh, counter.
Counter offer.
Sorry.
8 is K. Don't be sorry. It's all right. This is the place to get things wrong. 8 is K. Protection for seller when buyer has another house to sell.
Escape
Escape
clause.
clause.
Also known as a
Escape clause?
kick out or knockout clause, right? Escape, kick out, or knockout clause would be acceptable. 11 is L. Something of value given in exchange.
Consideration?
Consideration.
5 is M, consideration. And what are the 3 legal forms of consideration? Not on the list there, so I'm like, you guys recall?
Oh, was it love and
Tender something.
That's the one that people never forget. They're always like, love and affection. That's the one they always remember. Love and affection, legal tender, and an exchange of goods or services, right?
okay.
It's an exchange for that. Correct. So 5 was M. Those legally qualified to enter into contracts.
Number 4, competent parties?
Yes. 4 is N, competent parties. And agreement under which the buyer pays in installments and waits for the deed.
Land contract.
Land contract.
16 is P, correct.
You forgot.
What is
Oh.
number one?
I forgot, oh.
Oh.
I did, oh, yeah, I did, okay, I'm sorry. Transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Assignment.
1 is O.
What's 7?
A.
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 Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is a contingency? Which one
A
is that?
contingency is a happening in which something is dependent upon.
E.
E. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So it's something that the contract is dependent on happening. Getting a permit, obtaining financing, etc., etc., etc. All right, we're going to do this key terms, and just before we fill out the contract, I just got to run and get my drink. I left my drink in the kitchen, and my mouth is getting dry talking to you guys this whole time. Getting a little parched. All right, contract binding one party, other party free to act or not.
Offer and acceptance?
What are they describing?
Oh,
If a contract is binding one party, the other party is free to act or not. What are they describing?
Is that unilateral contract?
An offer.
Void-
They're describing
voidable?
an offer, like an option, like an offer, right?
It's an option. You're right. It's 4 is A. And yes, contracts that have options are unilateral. But what they were describing there is describing the option.
Okay.
Okay. So 4 was A. Just so you know why, I could understand why you said unilateral, because technically, yeah, but what they're looking for is what they're describing. Okay. So 4 is A. Seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Voidable contract?
Neither party can sue to force performance. Neither party.
Void contract.
Enforceable. 11. Unenforceable.
11 is B, an unenforceable contract. So it is valid, but neither party can sue to force performance. Okay? Like when the two people who are drunk signed a contract together, neither one of them can sue. All right, contract clause requiring punctual performance.
Time is of the essence.
Time is very important. It is of the essence. Tennessee. They return to the status quo. Status quo means the way you started.
Specific performance.
How do you return to the way you started?
Rescind.
Rescission.
To rescind the contract. 6 is D. That's a weird way they worded it, though.
Yeah.
A contract that does not meet all legal requirements.
Statute of fraud? No.
Void. It's void.
Void. 14 is
Void.
Voidable contract. I mean, void contract.
void. You were right the first time.
Void.
Sorry. Yeah.
A contract that's binding, but one party may disaffirm it.
Is that voidable?
It is
Voidable.
voidable by the minor, right? Like the contract with a minor. 15 is F. A contract that meets all the legal requirements.
Valid
Valid.
contract?
Valid.
Yep. 13 is G. A court action usually asking that the seller be forced to sell as agreed.
Specific performance?
7 is H. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations
No,
or statute of fraud?
time in which one is allowed to assert their legal rights. Yes, it is statute of limitations. 9 is I. Law requiring certain contracts be in writing.
Statute.
A fraud.
8 is J, correct. Statute of frauds. A one-sided promise valid only if the other party acts.
12.
Unilateral contract.
12 is K, unilateral contract. A convention that written contracts override spoken promises.
Process of elimination, parole evidence rule.
Yes, that's correct. 5 is L, the parole evidence. Yeah, you know what though? You're laughing, but process of elimination is how you do these exams. Do not look for the right answers ever. Serious. Because there are questions on exams, you know, because they give you 4 answer options. There are exam questions where if you just look for one right answer, you'll find it and you're like, oh, that's it, and you check it off. If you were to continue reading, if you did process of elimination, you would see that technically all the answers were right. Okay, so
At least they only give 4 options.
So if you overthink anything, you're done, basically.
I know of one question like we have on our exam where there's 4 right answers and you need to select the best answer.
That's gonna make me crazy.
What's the last one? I'm sorry. L, what is it?
Yeah, 5 was L.
Okay.
Substitution of a new contract for an existing one.
Novation.
2 is M. Novation. Some agreed on to serve as damages in the case of future defaults.
Liquidated damage.
1.
Liquidated.
1 is N, liquidated damages. And meeting of the mind.
Offer and
Offer and acceptance.
Offer and acceptance. 3 is O. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to where the contract is. Or you can make some addition, like a lot of these notes that I have that I'm going to have you write here. They may be written here in the slides. Let me be back in a second. Let me go. I got to go get my drink. I'll be right back. Okay.
Can anybody tell me for the first review key terms 14 and 15? I missed that.
F and E. 14 is F, 15 is E.
Oh, okay. 15 is C, right? Yeah. Thank you.
E. Are you talking about the first
Oh.
one? Yeah. Express contract,
14.
implied contract, F and then E.
Okay. Absolutely.
Oh, we done? Oh my God.
Oh, I thought E was 6.
Wait,
See, I
what?
got them.
Wait. I'll read them down real quick, all right?
Is 6.
This is,
Are you talking
is
about key
6.
terms 1 for
Yeah, key
what we
terms
just
one.
did?
Yeah.
Six.
Key terms review 1.
1 is O, 2 is I,
Yeah.
3 is
Mhm.
B, 4 is N, 5 is M, 6 is D, 7 is A, 8 is K, 9 is C, 10 is J, 11 is L, 12 is G, 13 is H, 14 is F, 15 is E, and 16 is P.
Okay. I got D and E confused. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm out.
Okie doke. Okie dokie dokie dokie. So, all back? Give a couple of seconds. Looks like everybody ran to the bathroom or the kitchen. All right.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I just saw something.
Okay. Da, 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 da.
Victor,
Yes, sir.
sorry, I had stepped away. Are we supposed to be doing something right now?
I was just waiting. I see that there's people missing. Saida, you there? We'll make sure people came back. You know, people may have went to the bathroom or the kitchen or something when I ran out there. So just wanted to give a couple seconds.
Okay.
There she goes. Okay. All right. I don't know if anybody else is there because I can't see them. So
Sorry, I was using the bathroom.
all right. Yeah, not a problem. I understand. I would have ran too. Okay, so let's get started now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the, let's start off in the last page of the contract here. On the last page of the contract,
What page are you on?
the last page of the contract, 186.
186. Oh, I'm right here. Okay.
This contract
you know
is
what?
so
Forget it.
long.
Forget it. Go to the first page of the contract. Go to the first page. We'll start at the first. We'll start at the beginning instead of reading backwards. All right. So on the first page on 175, that's the first page of the sales contract. When we prepare a purchase contract, there's some things that we need to prepare. All right. One of those things is, well, we need to open up the contract itself. I have a link here that I made called NJR Forms. It's a shortcut to this link, okay, which is njrealtor.com/zip form, and then you got to click on zip forms. Well, NJR Forms will take you directly where this is a domain name that I bought, and I just pointed it directly to the contract page, okay? Because otherwise, this will take you to it'll take you here on the New Jersey Realtors page, and then you got to scroll down, then you click on zip forms, and then it'll open up your contract form system where you could create contracts. Now, Garden State MLS, I noticed yesterday, when I logged into Garden State MLS that they have a new contract form system built into there too. Okay, so anyway, this is Zip Form Plus. It's included in your realtor dues. Okay, so it has all the contracts that we need. If we want to create a new, if we wanted to create a new, like you can see messages and all kinds of stuff, announcements. You could create like any clauses that you want to be added into contracts. You could have, so you could create your own versions of these kickout clauses or your own contracts and such. What is this? View RPR. Remember that app I told you about, Realtor RPR? Let me see what this does. I actually never clicked on that or didn't notice it. It's just a link directly to the Realtor RPR page, okay? And here's where you could put in information about a property. You could put in the address of a property. You can look for properties for lease, for sale, or what have you. Here's that one down the street there, 401 Princeton Road in Linden, okay? So this is that house that was all banged up that we were talking about earlier in this class.
Is it for sale?
Tells you about the square footage of the house, the estimated value per square foot. No, it's not, see, it's off market.
Oh.
Even though it's
Oh,
all boarded up over there.
Yeah.
Boarded up is better than the way they were taking care of it before.
They're there today cleaning out though.
All right. Yeah, they got that dumpster there still.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Not a dumpster then.
so this is the Realtor RPR page. If you're on their website, it shows you, gives you a lot of information about the home values, market statistics, all that stuff. What's in the, the tax information. A lot of this stuff is all included in one thing. You don't got to go to a bunch of different websites for the information. Median sales prices, all that junk. But you can put together, you can look at the history of the property. Okay. Prior sales transactions here.
Wow.
Tax record information. Let's see, we want to see some charts about the area. And this, okay, listing inventory, all that stuff. You can put together a comparative market analysis here, or we can learn about the neighborhood. Let's learn about the neighborhood. Then we could generate the report after we pick all of our stuff. We could generate a report, and then we could email that to buyers or renters, okay? Percentage of market change, all kinds of goodies.
And how much do you pay to be in?
Nothing. It's included in your realtor dues.
Oh.
There's a benefit you get. Now it says Garden State MLS here because Garden State MLS is my primary MLS that I originally signed up for when I became a realtor. So it still has me associated with Garden State MLS. Even though I have this link to 3 different MLSs, Garden State.
What do they mean quality of life?
Ocean, huh?
What do they mean quality of life?
Well, crime statistics and all kinds of other issues like that, but quality of life there. Entertainment, crime, etc. Okay. So anyway, so in contract form system, I just say that you can just take a look at some of the forms. Just view forms. Now the basic is you create a contact and then you could create a contract for the contact and then you could save the contracts that you created. So we have the New Jersey Association of Realtors, all their contracts and forms, and there's some other ones here too for other groups. So some of these contracts I've been showing you, I've been downloading from here too. All right, look at this. Here's that flyer. For your protection, get a home inspection, right? And you see, you could just check it, right? And then you could set this up for e-signatures, and then you could email them to people for e-signatures. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, though. It's not as easy as you think, because when you're setting up e-signatures, first of all, you gotta fill out a contact sheet with everybody's contact information, and then you could create the signatures and put the like if you want initials here, you would drop initials. The date, you select the date and all that. And then when people get it by email, all they gotta do is click there to sign, you know? It makes it real easy for them. However, say that I put in all that information and I set up all the e-signatures on the lines and the dates and everything where it's supposed to go, making it easy for our clients when you send them the contract. If I messed up on one person's email address and I go and I modify that contact sheet and I change the email address or any information there, it removes everything from the forms that I created, where the signatures go and all that stuff. Because I made a modification, you got to start from scratch. That part sucks. So it makes that part makes it kind of tedious. You know, you make one little mistake, you put somebody's email address wrong, or they tell you, oh yeah, no, don't use that email, use this email. I forgot, I don't use that one no more. And you're like, oh, you know. All right, so anyway, that's the contract form system. You guys are going to have several websites open. You're going to have a website for the contracts. You're going to have a website for the tax records, or that NAR RPR system, right? You're going to have you're going to have the MLS open so that you could either print the listing, which you should print the listing and make it part of the contract, or open the MLS in another screen where you can copy and paste items into the contract that you're going to need from the information from the listing. You're going to have to gather all the licenses, all the license numbers and names and addresses of the brokerage and such. You could get that from this tiny URL that I made, shortcut, which I'll be replacing that soon with an actual domain name that I bought. But here's a tiny URL I made, tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. And we go back to the web browser. I put that in there. This is where you look up the real estate agents' names and you could get their license numbers then. You see, I put my info in there and do a search. Boom. See the MREF number? That's the employer's reference number. That's the brokerage license number. For some reason, the license numbers they refer to as reference numbers. And then over here for reference number, this is my license number, right? And so if you want to get the brokerage's information, you got it here, but you need the brokerage's license number too. You'd have to click in. Well, you can get that right there too. Yeah. And you're going to copy and paste stuff between this window and this window, the contracts. So you're going to have several windows open that you're going to be switching back and forth to. All right. And then you get the pre-qualification. Make sure that you got a pre-qualification or pre-approval letter that you're going to be sending off along with the contract, unless you're going to be presenting it in person. But either way, the other agent may still want a copy of it in advance. The lead paint addendum, you get that from the MLS. If it's not in the MLS as additional documents, then you'd have to, because you're going to need to print that out for the buyer to sign it before you send it in. Okay, it should already be filled out by the seller, and the listing agent added it in to the listing so that you could just download it and print it, as well as the seller property condition disclosure report, which was not on page 123. What page was that? It was on 154. No. 4. You're going to need all the buyers and sellers' attorneys' information, their address, their phone number, their fax number, their email address. Okay. See, so you're going to have to do some legwork before you actually sit down to prepare this contract. You're going to have to reach out to the other agent to find out if their client's got an attorney, who the attorney is, to get their info. We also have a book. I got a thick book, which I suggest that you guys buy it. Your brokerage may have one, but I buy it. It's actually a book that comes out every year. It's a book that's like yay thick. It's all the attorneys in the country pretty much. Okay. And you can look them up. You can look them up by their name, their brokerage, or their law firm, etc. And it has all their contact information in there. Okay, but I usually call up to verify that it's all correct.
What's the name of that book? Remember?
It's the I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up. It's a law book with the name of all the names of all the attorneys. It's published every year. It's like that. It's like $50-$60. Okay. A mortgage commitment letter to be produced. Okay, so now you got to have that mortgage commitment letter and all that stuff. So let's look at the actual contract, the first page of the sales contract. So we're on the first page of the sales contract. We got all these windows open. Here's the links here. If you wanted to, you write them at the top of the page here, or the first page of the contract. njrforms.com, or you can put like the shortcut here. Either way, you got to open up the tax record system, the forms, because that's where you're going to do the contract. What I want you to do is, if you're not writing that, you can write up top. I want you to make a note on the first page, on the top or side of the margin. VA loans don't require down payment, or no down payment required.
Victor, where in the margin?
Either write it in the margin, anywhere in the margin, either down there on the bottom of the page, or write it at the top of the page, wherever you got enough room to write it. You're going to write VA loans do not require down payment.
Okay.
And then write FHA loans or write FHA requires 3.5% minimum down payment. Or I just wrote min down payment for abbreviating it. VA loans do not require down payment. FHA loans, 3.5% minimum down. Any other type of loan, you need to find out from the lender what their down payment requirement is. Okay, so filling out this contract is pretty straightforward. It tells you what to put in on the lines, right? If we look in line 18, that's where you put the buyer's information, right? There's 4 areas there for 4 names that you could put there in the contract, as well as their addresses. Below that, you put the seller's names and their address or addresses, which could be different from the property that they're selling, by the way. That's not the subject property. The term subject property, when we're talking about the property that we're talking about that's up for sale or lease or whatever, we refer to that as the subject property, the subject of our conversation. So now when we go down to line 36, that's where we put the address of the subject property. But we would just put as an example, 123 Main Street. We don't write the name of the town there. The name of the municipality goes on the next line, okay? So on that line, just write subject property address. Subject property.
Which line? Number?
Line 36, subject property address. "123 Main Street" as an example, the number and the street. Then on the next line below that, you would write name of municipality, which it says shown on the municipal tax map of, right, name of municipality name. And don't forget to the right of it, I want you to highlight this. County. County. Not country, county. Don't be lazy and leave it blank. Fill it out. If you're not sure what town something is in, ask Google. Hey Google, what town, oh wait. Hey Google. Hey Google, what county is Linden, New Jersey in?
Linden is located in Union County, New Jersey.
You could ask that about anything and you could get an answer, okay? But sometimes we have more than one municipality that shares the same name that could be in multiple counties. So this is why it's very important for us to find out this particular property. We need to know what county it's in. All right. Then on the next line, let's highlight where it says block and lot number. Where do we get that from? You get it from the tax records, or it should be in the listing, or you could get it from RPR, Realtor RPR app. Let's pretend that the property we're preparing this contract for is a $300,000 property. So on line 43, where it says total purchase price, all the way to the right-hand side, we're going to write $300,000. Now, if you're filling out these contracts by hand, or if you have them in a Word document or something like that, you're going to need a calculator to do a little basic math. If you're using it in the contract form system, here, and we start a new purchase contract, let's see. We start a new purchase contract. Got the summary where you put everybody's information, the information about the property, but commissions and all that stuff. If you fill that, some of that can carry over to the actual contract itself. But now we need to add a document, because that was the cover page. So the cover, let's see, browse for documents, or here we go, add a form. So now we're going to look under New Jersey Association of Realtors for the, we add CIS forms, that we add the purchase contract. Let's see, where is the purchase contract? Construction, Wyndham, seller's construction. The easy way to do this, just write in here, purchase contract. Or just write contract. There we go, contract of sale. That's the way they wrote it. So let's add it in. Form is successfully added. Now it's here. We click on it to open the form. And now the cover page is the CIS, right? I'm sorry, the consumer, the opinion 26 notice. You check off who you're representing. You put in the people's names, name of your company, all that stuff. You fill out the contract on the pages, who the parties are. Over here, you write $300,000, 300, 1, 2, 3, right? Tab it over. This is pretty good. It's got a built-in calculator. It'll add the things up for you. How much is the initial deposit we're going to make with the offer? $1,000 we're going to put on that next line. So under $300,000, where it says initial deposit, right? $1,000. That's our good faith deposit, right? You notice how it changed on here? The balance of the total purchase price, it changed to $299. It subtracted that $1,000, right? Additional deposit. Well, what's the initial deposit going to be? Well, let's just pretend this is an FHA, that we're going to be buying this house using an FHA loan. So right off to the right side, FHA loan. In the margin to this, on the sides of the numbers, just write FHA. And you know, what is the minimum down payment? 3.5%. So you got to have your calculator out still, even though the form's doing all the adding for you. If it's a $300,000 purchase price times 3%.
So you said it's 3.5.
I'm sorry, 3.5. I screwed up. $300,000 times 3.5%. That's $10,500. Well, we already put $1,000 down. So minus $1,000 from that. And the next line, we're going to write $9,500 where it says additional deposit. We're going to write $9,500. All right. So you see it's got a running total with the balances here at the end here. So how much mortgage do we need to qualify for? Whatever the balance is, unless you're going to be making another deposit at closing, a third payment.
Would it be 289.5?
It'll be 289.5. So we're just going to write that here, 289,500. And look at that. Now the balance of the purchase price zeroed itself out. Okay. And so in the book here, you're writing the same thing. So for the mortgage amount, you're writing 289.5. And for the mortgage balance, it's going to be 0 at the end, right? Very important. Bottom of the page, take your highlighter and highlight where the buyer's and seller's initials go. Make sure they initial the bottom of every page of this purchase contract. Especially if you're submitting contracts to banks or corporate relocation companies, they consider it extremely sloppy work if you do not. If you leave blank lines like that. All right. Line number 52, the initial deposit. Where did the initial deposit go? Well, the options are listing broker, participating broker. Well, if your agency is not the listing agency, but you're filling out this contract, you're the buyer's agent, we're going to check off participating broker. The other options are the buyer's attorney or the title company can get the deposit money, where you can put that in their escrow account. All right, and then you put down the dates and the stuff when you got the money. Okay. Additional security deposit on line number 57. On or before. I don't write a date here. What I actually write on this line is 10 days after AR.
AR?
Attorney review.
Okay.
So I write, on this line, I'm writing even though it wants you to put a date here, I write 10 days, come on, 10 days after AR. Unless you could fill it, unless it'll fit in there. Review. So in this case, look at that. It could fit it now. In the past, it would never fit that in there. Yeah, so you write the whole thing if it'll fit. 10 days after attorney review. Okay? That's what AR stands for, attorney review. The next line number, was it 61? Who's holding the escrow money? Right? Did it go to the attorney's trust account or the broker's? So if like I would write down the attorney if it went to the attorney, or I'd write down the name of my brokerage if it went to my brokerage. You would fill that out by putting in whoever's account that's going to. I'll put down my company name. If it's an attorney, don't write down the attorney's name unless the law firm is their name. Otherwise, a lot of attorneys don't have escrow accounts in their own name. They have them in the name of their law firm. And you'd need to find out. Whoever's holding that escrow deposit, that's where you write there. Okay. Go down to line number 75. Principal amount for the mortgage. 289.5, right? What kind of loan is this? FHA? Check FHA. What's the term of the mortgage?
30 years.
You just write 30 because it says years there already. With monthly payments based on we're going to write 30 again. 30. Let's just assume that they're getting a 30-year mortgage. You'd have to take a look at whatever their pre-approval letter is. What is it they're actually looking to get? Now, this next line is asking, what date do we want to get the mortgage commitment letter by? Now, you have to put an actual date on this line. Make sure that it's a business day, not a holiday and not a weekend. 30 to 45 days from date of contract. So what line number is that? 76? I'm sorry, 79? So you see the blank space on line 77 above it? I know. See this blank space over here? In your book, I want you to write over here in this blank space. A business date, a business day date. 30
to 45 days.
To 45 days from date of contract. 30 days is good. Just write 30. Say business day date. 30 days from date of contract. In other words, from today's date. So you're going to look at the calendar and see what's 30 days from today. So look over here, I could click on here, and I'm just looking. I'm going to count 30 days. I'm counting 30 calendar days. I'm not counting business days. I'm counting 30 calendar days. But the date that's going here is going to be a business day. Okay? So business day date, 30 calendar days from date of contract, actually. That would have been better if you wrote that in. Calendar. But you probably can't now. Sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? I started coughing.
On this line, this blank line above, now you're going to make a note what to write on this line, because this line is so small.
Yeah, I have a business day date, 30 calendar days.
30 calendar days from dates of contract. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit more, but try to give yourself 30 days, because this is the date, this is how long, this is the date where you need the buyer needs to produce the mortgage commitment letter by. And what's required in order to get that mortgage commitment letter? They got to fill out the loan applications, supply the pay stubs, bank statements, tax returns, get the appraisal statement in, and the home inspection report, at least at minimum, a wood destroying insect report to the lender. And then it goes to their underwriting, and you got to wait for it to go through underwriting and supply any other documents that they need. And then they issue that mortgage commitment letter. So give at least 30 days for that. Okay. That's why I said 30 to 45 days, but anywhere in there is fine in that range. Okay.
Victor, I'm gonna get you some erasable pens.
Well, I got the white out, but you know what? An erasable pen probably would have been better. Where the because I wrote on the
Yeah, great.
something in there. Yeah, you're right. Okay, and then the next line, which is just a big continued line. I don't know why they gave such a big line here. You're going to put a date, 60 days from date of contract. This is the closing date. So you're going to write a business day here. The date is going to be a business day, 60 calendar days from date of contract. Tip, let me give you a tip. If 60 calendar days gets you at the beginning of the next month, push it forward a couple days so that you're at the end of the prior month. If you're at the end of the month, the lender will set your transaction, your loan, as a priority to push through. They're trying to make their month-end numbers. So they're going to want to try to close that loan before the end of the month instead of the beginning of the next, right? So put it there, because if it's at the beginning of the month, they're like, oh, we got all month to close this loan. We're not in any rush. But they'll set it a little more as a priority, and sometimes lenders cut corners just to push your loan through. Just a little tip, just throwing it out there.
You want us to put on a business day?
Yeah, whatever date, the date should not be a weekend and should not be, it should be a business day, and try to avoid Fridays. Reason why I'm telling you to avoid a Friday is usually, well, not usually, but a lot of times, whatever date you schedule for, there's some kind of a last minute thing that's going to screw it up, that they need to get numbers on or the money or whatever. And it often carries over to the next day. And if you set it on a Friday, it's not going to close on the weekend. They're going to set it for Monday. So you should probably set it Monday through Thursday.
Victor, I actually closed on a Friday.
It happens. Look, you could have set the date on a Thursday and then it got pushed over. Or sometimes they close on the actual date that you set it for. But sometimes they get pushed off. And if that should happen, then you're going to have to wait another whole weekend before you can close. Okay? That's the only reason why I said to do that. Because that's a little risky when you set it there on a Friday. Because if something happens that should push it off a little bit, now you're waiting until next week.
Yeah.
I have a random question. Sorry. So I worked in a bank and there were mortgage officers. Are they
Yep.
real estate agents?
Yes, speak up a little bit.
I worked in a bank and there were mortgage officers that I would meet with from time to time. Are
Loan
they real estate
solicitors.
agents?
They're loan solicitors.
Okay.
Okay. They're mortgage loan solicitors. They're like salespeople for the mortgage company.
Oh,
They're going to be sucking up to you once you start working in an office, offering you free coffee and donuts.
no donuts. I'll take all the coffee though.
Right? Because they're trying to bribe you for the business. They figure they can, instead of marketing and advertising, trying to get people who are interested in buying houses to get mortgages through them,
Oh, so they deal with real estate agents.
They go to the real estate agents because they know the real estate agents got the buyers already.
Gotcha.
And they know that those buyers need to get approved for mortgages. So they start giving, here's my business card. Make sure that if you got somebody who needs pre-approved for a mortgage, just have them call me, and I'll approve them for a mortgage and I'll email you on the spot. You get that pre-qualification letter, That's what you're dealing with. Okay. So they're going to be sucking up to you. I don't let them get away that cheap with coffee and donuts. I'm going to charge them interest because they put this belly on me, So I have to now work this off. So I'll take that coffee, just like you said, avoid the donuts, and I'm going to make up for all those years where I was eating the donuts. And I am going to ask them to do some co-marketing with me. I'm going to say, you know what? I'm not going to let you get away that cheap with just coffee and donuts. I'll still take the coffee and maybe the occasional donut. And let's do some co-marketing. How about I buy a bunch of postcards and you run them through your office's postage machine? Or how about I get a magazine ad, a full-page magazine ad, and you pay for it?
Okay.
Of course, down at the bottom, we're going to have to give them a little advertising space down there too. It is after all co-marketing.
Do you have a few loan mortgage officers at banks that you work with from time to time?
Yeah, a couple. I don't put all my eggs in one basket, because if you give one guy too much business, you know what? He may get overwhelmed sometimes. And what if something's going on in his personal life? Shit happens sometimes, right? So if the guy's got things or girl got things going on in their life, busy problems, personal issues, debts in families, all kinds, what's that going to do to your transactions or all your transactions if you put them all in that one basket, relying on this guy? Now everything's getting screwed up. You're going to be pissed off. I like to spread it around a little bit with a couple of mortgage reps. I like to work with a few mortgage reps.
They have a lot of quotas to make and things like that. So I guess it's a stressful job.
Well, keep in mind, the buyer can work with whoever they want. We're only giving them some references for their convenience, but we don't personally recommend anybody.
Okay.
Some mortgage reps that we know that work with our past clients, we know they don't rip people off or make lofty promises.
Yeah.
And they usually deliver on what they promise. So and they're fairly reliable. So there you go. You could choose them or work with anybody else.
Do any brokers have their own mortgage companies?
Some of them do. Some of them do. And then if they do, they'll try to push them. But I don't. I don't care if they do. I don't give a crap. Right? You're not making any money off that. They are. Right? You want somebody who's actually going to close the deal and give a good deal. Your clients should be happier than that than seeing, oh yeah, I went through their mortgage company. Their mortgage company sucked. They charge a high rate. And they had this fee and that fee, and origination fee and application fee. Fee. Any of you guys remember Costco?
Yeah.
There's Costco Mortgage that's available, where Costco does not offer mortgage services. Costco strikes deals and they negotiate with mortgage companies to hold down any lender fees that they charge. Basically, a lot of lenders charge nonsensical fees. Well, they hold down any application fees or other miscellaneous lender fees, depending on your if you got that platinum membership or the regular membership. If you got the platinum membership, they limit it to like $250 or $300 in lender fees that they can charge.
What does Costco not do? They even sell coffins.
Yeah, they got their fingers in everything. But listen, if you're a good negotiator, sometimes you could get a better deal than them too. I signed up for Costco so that I can, I was looking to buy or to lease a new truck. And so I signed up with Costco to get the shopping deal for the vehicles, right? For cars, it's good. For trucks, it sucks because trucks are so unique. But I did a good job negotiating with the different places, and I was able to get a better price than I could through Costco. All right. You know the way to get the best deal in negotiations? Don't be
No.
married to the deal. Don't be afraid to walk away. The best time, the only time that you'll get the best price is when you're willing to walk away, because they see that you're not hungry for it. Otherwise, it's like dangling a piece of raw meat in front of a wild animal, you know?
Just like when you're gonna buy a car.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a good example too. It's the same way. The only way that you get a good deal when you walk off of a lot is you got to be willing to tell them to go F themselves and walk off that lot. That's when they're going to start calling you back. Oh, wait. I think we could work something out, but this is only for today. It's got to be today. Yeah. That's what I thought. You know what? I got to do some shopping. I'll be back when I get there. You know, and I actually did that. And then negotiated with them. And then if they tried, you know, adding other BS in there and say, listen, I'm not playing this stupid game. All right, I'm out of here. You know, you got to be willing to tell them to go screw themselves. It's the only time that you're going to get the best deal.
When I went to Ford, he was shooting up my payments, and I lease, but I was like, you know, I have an appointment at Honda.
Vehicles are worse. Vehicles are worse than buying a house.
Yeah.
The worst experience. Listen, I'm in real estate. I've been negotiating for years. I know how to do this crap. I dread when I need to renew my lease or get a new lease. I dread it. Because I know it's going to be a horrible experience. Majority of those guys are new. They're temporary. They'll be there for a couple of years and then they're gone. They're a blip on the map. Sometimes you get people that are in there for a long time. I don't know why. But either way, it's all basically a lot of BS. The person that you're meeting in the sales room, they have no control over nothing. They're a runner. They're a gopher. You need to talk to the finance manager. That's who you need to talk to, because they're the one that makes the decision. All right.
Who they run to?
Who are they running to? They're running back to them to see if they can do it. And sometimes they're running to the other room. And they tell you to wait there. If you walk and you follow them, they're over there bullshit.
Well, a lot of the times they'll say no, and they'll keep saying no. Oh, I can't
Sales
do it.
tactics. Have you guys ever seen Millionaire Real Estate Agent? That I don't even know if it's on TV anymore. That's what all those goofy young kids that were in real estate. They're all into clubbing and all kinds of weird stuff out in California or Florida, wherever the hell they were from, and they were they're like negotiating with somebody as they're doing their hair with all the gel in their hair, you know, and they're looking in the mirror, you know, for the TV, you know, and trying to act all suave, you know. So they're like, yeah, I just wanted to see, was your client still looking to sell that property? I got a buyer for them. You think that they'll accept this amount? And the agent's like, well, let me give them a call and find out. Well, hold on a minute. They're all in the mirror like that, doing whatever they're doing. Then they take them off hold. Yeah, he countered at but the guy never even spoke to his client. I'm like, how do these people even have their licenses still? You always have to go back to your clients when negotiating to approve anything through them, unless they gave you specific instructions that you have the leeway to negotiate within a certain price range. Okay. Otherwise, you have to report back to your client. You have to transmit every offer that comes in.
It's
All right.
TV. You can't use that as an example.
No, don't use that as.
It's not real.
It's not. It's TV. It's TV. If it isn't, well, they shouldn't have their licenses. All right. So the closing dates is when a business day, $60 calendar days from dates of contract. 60 calendar days from date of contract, okay? And then, of course, down at the bottom, you got to highlight the initials. All right, turn the page, turn the page. There's nothing really here. I mean, you guys should read these contracts on your own time here, but all right, on page 177, at the top of the page, there's a thing that continues from the previous that says items included in the sale. I like to write over here in this section here. You could either copy and paste or write everything that's specifically listed in the listing agreement, what's included in the sale. But I like to do this. I like to write per MLS number, and I'll put an actual number there. You know, the whatever the MLS number is. So per MLS, so what you should write there is per MLS number underscore underscore underscore. Right? And then, as a little note for yourselves, plus any items requested in the sale. But really, there's a better place to write that when you're asking for additional items to be included instead of sneaking it in here, is at the end of the contract. But you could write it here as well. And items to be excluded from the sale, I will write per MLS number underscore 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 underscore, and then I'll make a note plus any items listing agent specifically excluded from the sale. Like, let's just say that the listing agent forgot to write it in the MLS on the listing. What's that the chandelier is not included. The seller's taken it with them. Write it here now. So now when the buyer signs the contract and the seller signs the contract, they're all aware of it, and you don't have to deal with all the BS later on. There's no possibility of anybody misinterpreting what's included and what's excluded because you actually wrote it in the contract itself. They agreed to it, they saw it, they read it, they signed it, right? And you know, sometimes people, what are things that they may want to take with them? Chandeliers and such. Did I tell you guys about the lady who took the, you know, you guys need to know what the difference is between a fixture and a trade fixture and what's considered personal property and a fixture. And fixtures are items that were once personal property, but now they're attached to the real estate, that they become part of the real estate. If you specify that you're going to take the chandelier with you, then it doesn't have to be, as long as you specify, you can. Because otherwise it's part of the real estate and it's considered a fixture, right? I mean, you wouldn't take the toilet bowl with you, would you? I actually had the class. I don't know if I told you guys this. I had a class once where the lady,
those fancy ones, maybe,
where the lady was like, she's like, I sell my house. I'm taking my toilet with me. Everybody shot her a look. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you take your toilet with you?
Because some of them were $4,000.
Well, this lady made a lot of sense with hers, with her comment. Because she was like, this is when we were in class still. She was like, listen, I'm a tall lady. And she said, my husband's even taller. She's like, you know how hard it is to sit on you little people toilets? She's like, I got to find a toilet that's good for us. And, you know, I never thought about that before, but it is a legitimate thing. You know, look, that's like us sitting on a kiddie toilet. You know, those little kiddie potties? You know, it's ridiculous. I never thought about that. These are tall people issues, just like short people have short issues, you know? So I was like, you know what? I never thought of it. That's a legitimate thing. Okay, so as long as you write it in the listing that it's not to be included, but you will replace it with something else, with another toilet. But that specific toilet's not going with the house. Or like you said, some toilets are $4,000. You know, Al Bundy's Super Flush 2000. All right. A dollar amount. Attorneys will usually put certificate of occupancy. Okay. For the certificate of occupancy, that's the seller's responsibility to get. However, a lot of times they will put a price in here that says like, oh, if repairs required in order to gain that certificate of occupancy exceed $800, whoop, I put 8,000, $800, or I'll put $1,000. If left blank, then 1.5% of the purchase price. That's probably even better. Or just write 1.5% there. Because this property that we're preparing this contract for is $300,000 times 1.5%. Yeah, that'd be $4,500. So even better. Boom. But I've seen a lot of times during attorney review when I write higher dollar amounts here, over $1,000, usually attorneys want it knocked down to 800. But when you put higher amounts over there for the repairs, the attorneys will usually try to knock it down during attorney review. So even if you leave it blank or you write a higher dollar amount there, the attorneys will try to knock it down to about $800 or $1,000, basically saying that when the city comes in for their inspections, if certain work needs to be done in order for it to be up to code, in order to transfer, if those repairs that are required go over a certain dollar amount, the seller can cancel the contract and get out of the contract without penalty. Okay. But there's all kinds of other things in this now. Municipal assessments. Is there any assessment? What's a special assessment? They call them municipal assessments here. They're referring to a special assessment. That's the improvement tax that has or has not been paid for yet. That's important to know. Okay. Over here, line number 181, you're going to write, they're asking how many family house it is, basically. If it's don't write single, write one and spell it out. Don't write the number, write one family. If it's a two family, don't write the number two, spell it, two family, 3, 4. There is no etc. We're only allowed to prepare 1 to 4 family contracts, right? Okay, if there's tenants, if they're renting. Now, if they're not renting, what would you write here on this line? You'd write N/A for not applicable, right? And just write that across the board, NA. All right. Did they get the lead-based paint? Is the property built prior to 1978 applicable or not applicable? These are the things that you need to fill out. All right, so let me go through it. I mean, you guys can go through those things. I didn't want to fill all that stuff out with you. Just want to get the important stuff. So if we go to then, here's another section of the contract. Go to page 184. That's where you fill out your license, your name and license number, the name of your brokerage, its license number, and the other agent's information you put down here. And the commission that's being offered. Don't forget that.
What number is it on the contract?
That's in the section 30 between lines 564 and 590.
Okay.
All right, so I mean, go through this. There's a lot of other things here to talk about, septic systems and all that stuff. If we go to page 186, the last page of the contract, we're already over our time here. I just want to write something really quick here on the last page.
Which section?
On page 186, section 43, see where it says additional contractual provisions, if any?
You're back at the top of the contract?
All the way at the end of the contract. Hold on, where the signature line is. You see it?
It's on page 186.
Yep.
Well, mine's different than you guys because I'm the ebook.
Yeah.
Ah,
Section 43,
Okay.
line number 677,
Okay.
675, 676. Okay. Under here is where you would write any additional clauses, like if it's a short sale or anything like that, you would write property subject to sale of the buyer's current home. Here, the buyer's seller contingency, the buyer's home sale contingency clause, or you could ask for a seller's concession. Okay, what is a seller's concession? It's asking when a buyer asks a seller to pay their closing costs or to contribute money towards their closing costs, as an example. You're asking them to concede something. You guys know what the word concede means? It means to give up. You often hear that in elections. When elections happen, one politician gives their concession speech. That means they're giving up graciously, right? So over here, additional contractual provisions. Here's an example of where you could ask for a seller's concession. I just want you to write a note in there. Max seller concession allowed for FHA loan. FHA loan equals 6%. Conventional equals conventional loan equals 3%. That's what the law limits. You can't ask for concessions more than that. But typically closing costs are 2 to 3% of the purchase price anyway. Yes, this is where you would also state that if you're selling to a relative, if your client is a relative, you would write buyer is the sister, or buyer is the sister of buyer's agent, Victor Kaminsky, who is a licensed real estate broker with Jersey Brokers. Okay? Boom, that's it. That's full disclosure. You would write something along those lines, right? Or if you're a member of the Boy Scouts committee searching for a campsite and stuff, that's where you would, this is the area where you put all those additional contractual provisions. And
All right.
And that's it. We're done with this chapter. Done with all that stuff. Boom, boom, boom. We're done for the day.